Chapter 425. This green smoke city is really hard to find. Lin Feng sped through a desolate area with a bitter expression. Looking over, he saw a boundless mountain range. It was extremely spacious, and there was not even the sound of birds chirping. It was as if he had entered an uninhabited valley. Lin Feng stood on the urgent fire shuttle and looked around. He looked a little amused and helpless. He was actually lost. I heard from Xian, that it's not this direction. Windrise Valley is 30,000 miles away from Green Smoke City. It should be easy to find. Lin Feng felt a slight headache. He sped around, but there was no one around. He could not see a single soul. This place was very remote. Was it because I was too engrossed in comprehending that spear? Lin Feng frowned. It was a little boring to travel in the urgent fire shuttle. After all, this was not the chaotic mountain, and there were not many shamans. It was very safe. He was thinking about all sorts of things just now, and could not help but think of Ding Hong's spear. That spear was like a flood dragon that was extremely domineering. The shape of that spear was completely imprinted in his mind. Ding Hong's every movement, every step he took, was clear as day. It was just like how Wang Feng had used it that day. It was completely imprinted in his mind. And the spear intent was of the same origin as the first spear, the second wooden sculpture. I accidentally entered trance. This is troublesome. I don't even know where I am now. Lin Feng sighed softly and blamed himself for being careless. Going from Windrise Valley to Green Smoke City was originally a small matter. Now that he had messed it up, it had become a troublesome matter. Let's look for it again. Lin Feng felt a little helpless. Now, there was no other way. Running around, the fluctuations of his life spirit spread out rapidly. Lin Feng's eyes burned as he searched around for anything that could help him identify the direction. Time ticked by, and the wilderness was as silent as ever. Until, Lin Feng's eyes suddenly focused, and he was overjoyed. Hard work paid off. Under his continuous efforts, he had finally found his savior. Over there, it was as if a map had been spread out in Lin Feng's mind. A few light spots of different brightness were moving slowly. The urgent fire shuttle streaked across the sky like a meteor, swiftly flying away and disappearing in an instant. In the wilderness. Sister, I can't. The one who spoke was a blue-clothed youth. His delicate and pretty face still carried a hint of childishness. At this moment, his face was flushed red. You have to do it, even if you can't. A clear voice rang out as a woman in red robes shouted with her hands on her hips. He held a long whip in his hand and had a ferocious look on his face. However, there was a hint of gentleness in his almond-shaped eyes as he said, "For the sake of this elite martial competition, Junior Brother one has already paid with his life. No matter what, we cannot let his death be in vain." There was a hint of sadness in his voice, and everyone felt a little depressed. Senior Apprentice, Sister Qing, you definitely won't have any problems. A young girl with an oval face clenched her fists. That's right, Senior Apprentice, Sister Qing. The Sci-Fei sect is relying on you this time. A youth with a blade said with a bright gaze. The one who was called Senior Apprentice, Sister Qing, was the blue-clothed youth. If one looked carefully, he, who was dressed as a man, had the appearance of a woman. His dainty face was somewhat neutral, and his neat short hair made him look valiant and formidable. Although he was a woman, if one didn't look carefully, one wouldn't be able to notice it, especially since his chest was flat. There wasn't the slightest clue. But sister, isn't it better for you to go? My strength can't be compared to sister's. Pei Qing, who was dressed as a man, lowered her head and said. The red-clothed girl, Pei Hong, took a deep breath and pointed at her bulging chest, as if it was about to jump out. Little Qing, do you think that if I go and pretend to be Junior Brother one, people will believe that I'm a man? As soon as she finished speaking, the oval-faced girl couldn't help but burst into laughter. Even a youth with a blade grinned. Indeed, who would believe it? But Pei Qing bit her lips and continuously rubbed her hands. She was still hesitant. No buts. Pei Hong glared and said, You have to do it whether you want to or not. It's settled. Don't dilly-dally. Let's go. Pei Qing pouted, but there was nothing she could do. She listened to her parents at home, but when she went out, she had to listen to her sister. She had even changed into men's clothes. It was already set in stone, so she couldn't say no. Thinking about it, with her strength, it was only a single round anyway, so she didn't mind. Pei Qing raised her head and her eyes lit up. Suddenly, she saw a streak of fiery red in the distance. She immediately pointed and said, "Sister, look." Pei Hong frowned. She lifted her head, only to see an intense ray of light hurtling towards her, accompanied by a strong rustling sound. Pei Hong's expression changed drastically. She waved the long whip in her hand and shouted angrily, "Everyone, get ready. There are bandits." Everyone panicked, but the youth with a blade reacted quickly. The huge blade on his back, that was as big as his body, was already unsheathed. His face was full of righteousness. Pei Qing and the oval-faced girl were obviously at a loss, but they hastily drew their swords. Bandits? Lin Feng was startled. His life spirit sensed that there were no other auras. Me? Lin Feng was suddenly stunned. He was speechless and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How did he look like a bandit? Lin Feng suddenly didn't know that his current appearance was indeed a little shocking. His upper body was naked, his hair was messy, and his entire body emitted a faint battle aura. However, after returning from the chaotic swamp, he didn't have the slightest bit of peace. First, he fought in Wind Rise Valley, then rushed to Green Smoke City. Along the way, he cultivated and comprehended the spear art, and there was still a lingering, fierce aura. In this desolate mountain range, flying at such a fast speed was terrifying. Who wouldn't avoid it? Moreover, this group of people from the Caifei sect was also unlucky. They happened to encounter a group of bandits, and now they were even more afraid. Wah! Slowing down, Lin Feng was about to speak, but a red light suddenly appeared in front of him. It carried a fierce wind and was filled with a powerful aura. A red-clothed girl in front of him widened her almond eyes. The long whip in her hand danced like a wild python, angrily sticking out her tongue. Pei Hong, without distinguishing between right and wrong, she started to fight. She already hated bandits to the core. Troublesome, Lin Feng felt a headache. He couldn't fight, but he also could not fight. He couldn't retreat. It wasn't easy to find a savior. If he didn't ask for directions, he really didn't know when he would reach Green Smoke City. But now, this red-clothed girl seemed to treat him as an enemy who killed her father. Her anger and murderous intent were revealed. The aura emitted by the red whip was extremely shocking. Although her strength was only at the 6th level of the galaxy level, the concept in the whip was extremely fierce, sweeping the entire space. Her strength wasn't any weaker than Wang Feng's. What a powerful whip concept. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled, and he was instantly shocked. After entering the Douling world, what he was most curious and interested in was the concept of weapons and the concept contained in the moves. It was completely different from the Tianwu continent. Good. Lin Feng's face turned serious. With a pung sound, the long spear was in his hand. The sonorous sound brought about a rustling wind. Emperor Shun's aura appeared, bringing about black fog. It came from the heart. In an instant, the red-clothed girl's face changed drastically. Her body seemed to have sunk into a quagmire. The battle intent in her eyes grew stronger. With a roar, the long whip instantly turned into a huge circle, like a coiling python, forming a whirlpool. In an instant, it expanded, and the whip concept deepened by another level. Amazing! Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Although she was in a disadvantageous situation, the red-clothed girl changed her moves so quickly. From attack to defense, it only took an instant. The red whip displayed its full power. The fierce wind formed a natural barrier, like an offensive defense built by a venomous snake. No matter which direction he attacked from, there were no openings. The length and flexibility of the whip were perfectly displayed. Interesting. Lin Feng's mouth curved slightly. His body, that was enhanced by the black fog, suddenly became illusory. A light wind blew, and the nightmare demon's spear pierced through. Lin Feng shouted softly. Light wind blow. 30% of his strength was just to test the waters. The tip of the spear pierced out, bringing about a sharp chill. It went straight for the red-clothed girl's chest. Pervert! Pei Hong was even more furious. The long whip danced quickly, like a coiling poisonous snake. It instantly launched a counterattack. Fast, accurate, ruthless. His body was limited, but his attack was not. Most importantly, the long whip's attack range was extremely wide, and its flexibility was extremely strong. It did not rely on speed to win. The fiery red aura condensed around the long whip, forming a small eye of the storm. Lin Feng's face changed. His nightmare demon spear actually changed direction under the influence of the eye of the storm. In the middle of the rotation, he lost his aim. He was extremely surprised. This kind of whip technique was unheard of, never seen before. Pei Hong's eyes flashed with a trace of light. She was happy. Suddenly, Lin Feng's spear completely changed. A gust of extremely fierce wind whistled, bringing with it a tyrannical aura. Sun Dragon Spear Art, Lin Feng shouted. The nightmare demon spear changed its momentum, like a giant dragon waking up. Clanging sounds of thunder exploded. Lin Feng's aura suddenly shook. A subtle connection was formed between him and the spear, as if he and the spear were perfectly combined. Returning to the origin, the realm of the spear technique allowed Lin Feng to perfectly control the spear. The Sun Dragon Spear art was executed with extreme yang energy, like a dragon emerging from the sea. The surging power passed through the body of the spear. At this moment, it tyrannically penetrated Pei Hong's weak defense. The red whip's eye of the storm was strong, trapping the nightmare demon spear in the center, but Pei Hong's strength was more than one level lower than Lin Feng's. Although the whip technique was exquisite, Pei Hong's strength was too weak. She could not display her full strength. Break! Lin Feng's eyes were serious. The nightmare demon's spear shook violently, and the long whip that was like a cage instantly broke into pieces. It was broken in an instant, causing Pei Hong's chest to shake. As if she was struck by lightning, she vomited blood continuously. However, the terrifying spear shadow in front of her had already reached her in an instant, as if it could pierce through everything. Chi! A startled cry sounded. Pei Hong's face was pale. She closed her eyes in despair. Sister, Senior Sister Hong. Pei Qing and the other two were scared out of their wits. Lin Feng's spear was 3 inches away from Pei Hong's chest. A faint cold light flickered with a faint luster. He only needed to send it forward. Pei Hong was about to die. Fourth update, 12,000 words will continue. Continue tomorrow. Looking for recommendation votes, monthly votes, to be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 426. Let go of sister. Pei Qing held the long sword in her hand, her voice trembling slightly. Behind her, the saber-wielding youth raised his huge saber like a tiger watching its prey. Big brother bandit, we don't have much money. We'll give it all to you. Please let us go. The oval-faced girl implored anxiously. Don't beg him. The red-clothed girl, Pei Hong, suddenly opened her eyes and saw Lin Feng's spear pointing at her chest. Her face flushed slightly, but she still shouted, "There are no cowards in our Pei clan. Since we've lost, kill us if you want." As she spoke, she glanced at Lin Feng and turned her head away with a cold snort. She closed her eyes without a hint of fear. Sister, Senior Sister, Pei Qing and the other two were so anxious that tears almost fell. But what they saw was the bandit inexplicably withdrawing his spear, and then revealing an ugly smile. I'm not a bandit. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. This red-clothed girl was too domineering. They hadn't even met yet, and she had already started a fight. With such a character, no matter how he explained, she would use it as an excuse. Rather than wasting his breath, it was better to prove it with actions. It was simpler and faster. Moreover, the red-clothed girl's whip technique really made his eyes light up. Pei Qing and the others glanced at each other, and all 3 of their faces were filled with a trace of surprise. At this moment, Pei Hong opened her eyes and looked at Lin Feng. She bit her lips, and her face flushed slightly. She angrily rebuked, "You pervert! Don't try anything funny." As soon as she finished speaking, Pei Qing and the other two's expressions changed. The two girls hurriedly covered their chests and retreated in fear. The young saber-wielding youth took a step forward and bravely stood in front of them. Even if it was a mantis trying to stop a chariot, he would not back down. Lin Feng suddenly felt a headache. It seemed that everything he said and did was wrong. This red-clothed girl subconsciously thought of him as a bad guy. Pervert? What did he do? Don't be afraid, Lin Feng said helplessly. Seeing that everyone's faces were still filled with deep fear, Lin Feng sighed softly. Soon after, he sheathed the nightmare devil spear on his back. With a clang sound, Lin Feng spread out his hands, indicating his innocence and friendliness. Only then did the gazes of Pei Qing and the others soften a little. Lin Feng opened his mouth and sighed. Actually, I just wanted to ask for directions. Pei Qing and the other two were a little stunned. What a lousy excuse. Pei Hong snorted coldly. That's right, the oval-faced girl agreed. If you want to ask for directions, just ask directly. Why did you fight with Senior Marshal's sister Hong? I wanted to, but she didn't even give me a chance to speak. Lin Feng smiled bitterly and pointed at Pei Hong. You attacked me indiscriminately. If I didn't fight back, how could I be standing here now? Only then did Pei Qing and the others come to a sudden realization. When they thought about it, it really was the case. Pei Hong seemed to have also thought of her rashness. Her face turned red and she shouted, "You're twisting words and forcing logic." Lin Feng's eyes flashed with a faint light. If I were a bandit, you would have died long ago. Why would I be here to patiently explain things to you? His voice was sonorous, pointing directly at Pei Hong. After being misunderstood continuously, Lin Feng himself felt a little uncomfortable. Pei Qing and the others looked at each other and nodded. Indeed, if this young man before them wanted to kill them, it would be enough to move his finger. So sorry, Pei Qing said softly. It doesn't matter. Lin Feng's expression softened. He was not a calculative person. It couldn't be better for both sides to resolve the misunderstanding. He smiled indifferently. It's a misunderstanding. Let bygones be bygones. Then he stretched out his right hand. Hello, I'm Lin Feng. Pei Qing hesitated for a moment and also stretched out her hand. Pei Qing, the oval-faced girl, and the blade-wielding youth looked at each other. They both let out a long sigh of relief and put away their weapons. The oval-faced girl took a step forward and smiled sweetly. I'm Little Lu, the blade-wielding youth said. Lay down. Lin Feng looked at the red-clothed girl, only to see her turn her head and deliberately ignore him. He couldn't help but laugh inwardly. He knew that she couldn't swallow her pride and was very stubborn. Pei Qing was much more relaxed now. She introduced softly, "This is my elder sister, Pei Hong." Lin Feng softly acknowledged and memorized everyone's names. It seemed that these four people were from the same sect. However, except for the red-clothed girl, Pei Hong, the other three were very young. All right, big brother Lin Feng. You said you wanted to ask for directions. Where are you going? The oval-faced girl, Little Lu, asked curiously. She wasn't afraid of strangers. I want to go to Green Smoke City, Lin Feng said truthfully and touched his head in embarrassment. I accidentally got lost. Seeing Lin Feng's embarrassment, everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter. What a coincidence. We're also going to Green Smoke City. Little Lu smiled. Big brother Lin Feng, have you never been to Green Smoke City? Pei Qing asked curiously. Lin Feng shook his head. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. Pei Qing said in surprise, Big brother Lin Feng, aren't you a martial artist from Green Smoke City? Little Lu clapped her hands. I know. Big brother Lin Feng must be from somewhere else. Feeling everyone's curious gazes, Lin Feng nodded lightly. You can say that. He was indeed from the distant Tianwu continent. No wonder. Everyone suddenly understood. So, Big brother Lin Feng, you're not going to participate in the elite martial competition? Little Lu's eyes widened. No, Lin Feng directly denied it. The elite martial competition had nothing to do with him. This kind of opportunity to make a name for himself might be important to the various sects and martial artists, but it was useless to him. I'm going to find someone. Lin Feng didn't hide it. He was going to Green Smoke City to broaden his horizons and find Senior High. Regardless of whether Senior High believed him or not, he would at least be able to fulfill one of his wishes. I see. Pei Qing nodded and smiled. Green Smoke City isn't far from here. The more people, the more companions. Big brother Lin Feng, why don't we travel together? I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you. Lin Feng smiled. Don't worry. Little Lu covered her mouth and laughed. Big brother Lin Feng is so powerful. If we encounter danger, you could protect us? Not far away. Pei Hong couldn't help but snort. Little Lu approached Lin Feng and whispered, Big brother Lin Feng, senior sister Hong doesn't have any evil intentions. She's just a bit stubborn. Little Lu, what did you say? A cultivator's ears were very sensitive. Pei Hong immediately shouted angrily. Ah! Little Lu stuck out her tongue and quickly hid behind Lin Feng. Everyone immediately burst into laughter, but the atmosphere was very harmonious. Lin Feng smiled faintly, feeling a little relaxed. Pei Hong led the way in front. Lin Feng chatted happily with everyone. The little lowly, Little Lu, was the most active and talkative. She talked incessantly, wishing she could take out her entire family's wealth to talk about it. Pei Qing was gentle and elegant, giving people the feeling of a spring breeze. They got along very well. As for the saber-wielding youth, Lei Dao, the saber behind him was almost as tall as him. He had a serious expression and was very cold. He didn't seem to like talking. As for the red-clothed woman, Pei Hong, she walked at the front and seemed to be slightly proud and aloof. But Lin Feng knew from the slight twitching of her ears that she'd heard every single word spoken by everyone clearly. As Little Lu said, she was a bit stubborn. So that's how it is. Lin Feng nodded slowly and sighed softly. What a pity. It was no wonder that Pei Hong hated him so much when she saw him. This group of people from the Caifei sect was originally a group of 5. Unfortunately, they encountered bandits on the way. Although they resisted with all their might, Senior Martial Brother 1, who was the strongest, died in the hands of the bandits in order to protect everyone. According to Little Lu's description, those bandits were indeed dressed like him, especially when their upper bodies were naked and emitted a faint aura of battle. It was no wonder that they misunderstood. All right, Lindigo, have you really been to the Chaotic Mountain Range? Little Lu blinked her big eyes and asked curiously. Yes. Lin Feng smiled and described everything that happened in the Chaotic Mountain Range to the curious crowd. What they saw and encountered in the Chaotic Swamp shocked these young boys and girls, who had never experienced such dangers before. From time to time, they would cry out in surprise. To them, it was filled with curiosity and novelty. It made them yearn for it, especially the saber-wielding youth, Lei Dao. He listened with great interest, and his eyes flickered. A true martial artist had an adventurous heart. Bragging. Pei Hong said without turning her head. If you really encountered those shamans, would you still be standing here? I don't know where you heard it from, but you're showing off here. Lin Feng smiled faintly and didn't explain. If they believed it, they would believe it. If they did not, no matter how he explained, they would not believe it. Ah, Senior Martial Sister Hong. Didn't you say I don't want to listen? Why? Little Lu covered her mouth and laughed. Little Lu, you little girl? Pei Hong's face immediately turned red, and she pretended to glare. However, everyone seemed to be used to joking and did not care at all. Lei Dao opened his eyes wide and asked curiously, Senior Martial Sister Hong, have you been to the Chaotic Mountain Range and encountered the shamans? This. Pei Hong was speechless, and her face turned red. Pei Qing secretly laughed, but it was a child's words that carried no harm. I haven't been there, but... Pei Hong said the word but for a long time, but she could not continue. She glared at Lin Feng angrily and stomped her feet. Anyway, this guy must be bragging. That's it, humph. As she spoke, her face turned red. Pei Hong immediately turned her head and rushed forward. This made Little Lu and Pei Qing laugh. She has a carefree personality. Looking at Pei Hong's back, Lin Feng also smiled. Although she did not buy it, from Pei Hong's words and actions, it could be seen that she was not a bad person. Looking at Pei Qing and the other two, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. The four of them were disciples of the Tsayu sect. It seemed to be an extremely hidden small sect that stood aloof from worldly affairs. From its disciples, one could see the big picture. Whether it was Pei Qing, Little Lu, or even Lei Dao, they were all very simple and did not have any schemes. Sci-Fei's sect, Lin Feng muttered in his heart. Chapter 427. I should have gotten lost. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. It was only 30,000 miles from Windrise Valley to Green Smoke City, but he had expanded the 30,000 miles to 50,000 miles. It was really embarrassing. I must have been too focused when I was comprehending spear essence. Lin Feng thought to himself. Not only did he pass by Green Smoke City, but he also traveled another 50,000 miles. It would be strange if he did not get lost. Fortunately, he met the people from Sci-Fei's sect. Although there were some misunderstandings, they got along quite well. Of course, Pei Hong was the exception. Big brother Lin Feng, look, we're almost there. Xiao Lu pointed at the huge buildings in front of them and said excitedly. Okay. Lin Feng responded softly and looked ahead with burning eyes. He had already seen a group of antique buildings that seemed to have been there for many years. Soft voices could be heard. From afar, he could feel the hubbub of voices in Green Smoke City. It was quite lively. He had finally arrived at the first human gathering place in Douling World. South Yinling Prefecture, Green Smoke City. Sister, where are we staying? Pei Qing asked. Didn't the competition arrange a place for us? Pei Hong asked curiously. Pei Qing smiled bitterly. But that's just a place for the contestants to stay. It's only a small single room that's less than 10 square meters. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He had heard from Xian Air that although Douling World was huge, it was densely populated, especially since the sorcerer tribe occupied more than 90% of the land. Every inch of land was like gold. Yinling Prefecture was not under the jurisdiction of the 9 great continents of the southern region. In other words, there was no guarantee. Some warriors had once calculated the habits of the sorcerer tribe. The sorcerer tribe respected nature. They might allow humans to exist in their territory, but did not mean that they would tolerate it completely. It was like a house. If there was an ant's nest, the owner might not care, but what would happen if there were 10 or 100 ants' nests? It was a problem of degree. The fact that Green Smoke City could survive for so long meant that the area it occupied was within the tolerance range of the sorcerer tribe. However, if it expanded further, it would be unknown. Green Smoke City was only so big. As the population grew and grew, the city would become crowded, and every inch of land would become as valuable as gold. Isn't it just a few days? We'll be able to squeeze through. Pei Hong pursed her lips and said with a frown, This, although Pei Qing and the others were unwilling. Since Pei Hong said so, they had no objections. Lei Dao suddenly said, It doesn't matter. I'll guard outside. It was indeed a little inconvenient for 3 women and 1 man, even if Lei Dao was just a teenager. Pei Hong sighed in surprise. There's nothing we can do. Our travel expenses are limited. Coincidentally, it's an annual event, so all the restaurants and hotels in Green Smoke City have increased their prices by 5 to 10 times. Even the most common room costs around 20 to 30 green smoke coins per day. If you stay for 4 to 5 days, it'll cost 100 green smoke coins, which is equivalent to 1 goose feather coin. Green smoke coins could only be used in Green Smoke City. 100 green smoke coins were equivalent to 1 goose feather coin. On the other hand, the Yinling coin could be used in all the cities of the Yinling Prefecture. 100 Yinling coins were equivalent to 1 Dou spirit coin. In the Douling world, Dou spirit coin was the most basic currency. Pei Qing and the others couldn't help but exclaim softly. However, they were also a little frightened by the expensive price. Immediately, they stopped talking. Sects of different sizes had different financial situations. Looking at the expressions of the crowd, Lin Feng knew that the Tsayu sect was not a rich sect. It could even be said to be quite poor. This could be seen from the size of the Tsayu sect. In the annual elite martial competition, the hundreds of sects in Green Smoke City had different quotas. The most quotas were 10. For example, the Liu family and the Fong family, who were the rulers of Green Smoke City. For ordinary sects, the quotas were determined by the size of the sect and its previous results. For example, the Wind Valley had 4 quotas last year, but only 3 this year. As for the minimum quota, there was only 1 guaranteed quota. For example, the Tsayu sect was at the bottom every year. Little Jade had already told them all this secret history on the way here. We're here. We're here. Little Jade's cheerful voice sounded as she happily pointed to the front. Lin Feng looked over. On the wide road ahead, countless warriors were pouring into Green Smoke City. There were a lot of people. Green Smoke City did not have a city gate, nor did it have any guards. The city walls were dilapidated and filled with the marks of time. The Yanling prefecture had been established by the Yanling clan. It had been glorious for more than 100,000 years before it split. Every city was fought over. Heroes rose up, and there was constant internal strife. Green Smoke City had changed owners several times, resulting in the current situation. The hubbub of voices followed one after another. Just by looking at the number of people entering Green Smoke City, one could see how prosperous Green Smoke City was. This was the gathering place of humans. Thank you, everyone. Lin Feng stopped and said with a smile. The people of the Tsayu sect also stopped at this moment. Pei Hong curled her lips and did not look at Lin Feng. Actually, it was obvious that Lin Feng was not lying. It was indeed Pei Hong's fault. However, Pei Hong's personality was extremely stubborn, and she refused to admit her mistake. This seemed to have something to do with her being defeated by Lin Feng in public. Big brother Lin Feng, are you leaving? Little Jade held Lin Feng's hand and was a little reluctant to part with him. Nice to meet you, big brother Lin Feng. See you again, Pei Qing said with a smile. I will also go to the chaotic mountain range in the future. Lei Dao's eyes were emitting a fiery light. Looking at the people of the Tsayu sect, Lin Feng smiled and nodded. Yes. All good things must come to an end. It's time to say goodbye. Everyone said their goodbyes reluctantly. Although they did not spend much time together, they got along well with each other. Even Pei Hong's eyes flashed with hesitation. However, she was still very stubborn. Goodbye, Pei Hong. Lin Feng walked past Pei Hong and nodded with a smile. He was a man. Naturally, he would not be so petty as to squabble with a woman. Pei Hong pursed her lips and pouted slightly. She seemed to move, but there was no sound. However, Lin Feng's ears were very sensitive. From the faint fluctuation in the air, he could tell that Pei Hong had said goodbye that no one had heard. With a smile, Lin Feng stepped forward. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something, and his footsteps paused slightly. Lin Feng took out 3 shining light spots from his bosom. He turned his head and looked at Pei Qing and the other 2. His right hand shook slightly. In an instant, the 3 shining light spots drew a bright arc in the air and fell into the hands of Pei Qing and the other 2. His movements were light and precise. This is your reward for leading the way. It's a small token of my respect. Lin Feng smiled and walked into the crowd. To him, this small amount of money was nothing. However, to the people of the Tsayu sect, it should be of great help. It was fate that brought them together. Moreover, he did not want to owe them a favor. Pei Qing, little Liu, and Lei Dao looked at the small round light spots in their hands in a daze. They were shining brightly and engraved with strange patterns. They looked at each other, but all of them were at a loss and puzzled. Reward for leading the way? This is not a green smoke coin. Little Liu looked left and right and said, It's not a goose feather coin either. Pei Qing pinched it gently and frowned. Lei Dao looked left and right curiously. He even put it in his mouth and took 2 bites. Humph! I don't need to look to know that it must be the currency of other cities in the Yanling prefecture. Pei Hong curled her lips and was a little unhappy. Lin Feng gave Pei Qing and the other 2, but left out her. She did not know if it was intentional or not. She could not help but snort. This material is very hard. Lei Dao suddenly said, It's harder than goose feather coins. Pei Hong frowned and looked at the small round light spots in the hands of the three people. She had a familiar feeling. Suddenly, 3 steps turned into 2 steps. Pei Hong came to Pei Qing, picked up the small round light spot, pinched it, and turned it up and down, carefully staring at the strange pattern on the light spot. Her expression changed instantly. Her eyes were filled with surprise and disbelief. Impossible, impossible. Pei Hong kept murmuring. Sister, what's impossible? Pei Qing asked curiously. Little Lu and Lei Dao also looked at Pei Hong in confusion. Suddenly, Pei Hong's right hand suddenly shone, and a strong qi of heaven and earth rushed over. The moment the small round light spot touched the qi of heaven and earth, it bloomed brightly and sparkled. Pei Qing and the other 2 were all surprised, and their eyes suddenly lit up. At this time, many cultivators looked over and whispered to each other. It immediately caused a big commotion. Pei Hong was a little dazed. She still could not react, but Pei Qing gently patted her. Sister, sister, everyone is looking at us. In an instant, Pei Hong reacted and looked around vigilantly. Her expression kept changing. With panic and fear, her face and ears were red. Seeing that little Lu and Lei Dao were still holding the small round light spots, Pei Hong hurriedly snatched them over. Go, let's go. Pei Hong took the 3 small round light spots into her arms. Pei Qing and the other 2 were confused, but they knew it was not the time. They followed Pei Qing into the crowd and entered Green Smoke City. After a while, huff, huff, panting, Pei Hong and the others found a quiet edge of the city wall and wiped the sweat on their foreheads. What's wrong, sister? Pei Qing looked at Pei Hong with confusion. Is there something wrong with the thing that Brother Lin Feng gave us? Yes, Senior Sister Hong. Why did we run just now? Little Lu opened her eyes wide. Pei Hong's expression kept changing, and Lin Feng's appearance appeared in her mind. She was extremely shocked. She swallowed, covered her mouth, and whispered, Do you know what you took just now? Pei Qing and the other 2 shook their heads. It's soul coins. Pei Hong's expression was extremely complicated. Soul coins. Pei Qing and the other 2 suddenly widened their eyes and were completely stunned. The reward that Brother Lin Feng gave them for leading the way turned out to be soul coins worth 100 goose feather coins. And there were 3 of them. Oh my God. Second update, continue. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for recommendation and monthly votes. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 428. Lin Feng didn't know how much of shock he had created. To him, 3 Do spirit coins was indeed a small amount. The 2-star immortal fruit, chrysanthemum, that he had given to Xian Er was worth 9 spirit coins, and he did not even blink. He had enough money on him. Last time, Master Hai sold the fiery skirt deer for me for 24 Do Ling coins. Lin Feng smiled faintly. 1 chrysanthemum for 9 spirit coins. 1 spirit coin for Senior Hai's escape fee, plus the 3 spirit coins he had just given. Coincidentally, he still had 11 spirit coins left. I should be able to help them a lot. Lin Feng nodded lightly. Although he did not know the price of goods in Green Smoke City, for what he had seen and heard in Rising Wind Valley, 3 spirit coins should not be considered small amount. At least, it was enough to repay the favor of leading the way. Letting out a sigh, Lin Feng closed his eyes and felt a lively atmosphere. This was human. The density of spirit qi in Green Smoke City was not high. It was even weaker than the surrounding wilderness. After all, there were too many people, and there were too many martial artists. The amount of spirit qi they absorbed was naturally higher. No wonder most sects are outside of Green Smoke City. Lin Feng thought. But there are pros and cons. After all, it is more dangerous to not be in a city. A city has its advantages. At least there are more people and more things. Other than cultivation, there are many other things that are more convenient. Lin Feng smiled faintly, looking around as he walked. This place was completely different from Sky Marshall Continent. He had lived in Cloud Sun City for a period of time. Living in a villa district was relatively comfortable. But here, The population was unimaginable. There were crowds of people everywhere, and these were only the most ordinary people walking on the streets. True martial artists all flew in the air. In Sky Martial Continent, one had to become a titled martial god to be able to control and fly in the air, but here, it was too common. When a martial artist reached the star level, which was the apprentice level, they could fly. Everywhere, there were children who were not even 10 years old, flying in the air. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. If the Sky Martial Continent's Emperor Wu-level martial artists were to see this, they would probably be so embarrassed that their faces would turn red. He was even worse than a child. The difference in strength between martial artists is too great. Lin Feng nodded lightly. There were hundreds and thousands of martial artists flying in the air every second. Most of them were starlight ranks, and there were quite a few novice star ranks. Occasionally, one could even see galaxy ranks. If this was the Sky Martial Continent, what would that mean? Back then, the two strongest people in the Sky Martial Continent, the Commander and the Moon Empress, had only just stepped into the initial star level. Here, he was like a commoner among commoners. It couldn't be more mediocre. However, there aren't many Star River level martial artists on the streets. I haven't even seen a Star Sea level yet. Lin Feng nodded. It was the same everywhere. The strength of martial artists was in the shape of a pyramid. Only a small number of people were strong and stood at the top. It's my first time in Green Smoke City. I feel a little lost. Lin Feng smiled. Let's find a place to stay first. Reflection Tower. It was a very strange restaurant. Lin Feng looked up and was very surprised. How interesting. Lin Feng nodded. He could see this restaurant from afar. In Green Smoke City, where land was valued like gold, all the buildings were built to be tall. Ordinary 100-meter-tall buildings were sparse here. There were layers of them everywhere. This reflection tower was nearly 1,000 meters tall. It was like a crane amongst a flock of chickens in this forest of tall buildings. It was rather eye-catching. It was like two identical trapezoidal buildings were stacked on top of each other. If the middle layer was a lake or a mirror, this reflection tower would live up to its name. One black and one white, forming a simple yet contrasting contrast. People came and went in the reflection tower. It was very lively. This should be one of the bigger restaurants in Green Smoke City, Lin Feng murmured. Just by looking at the scale and aura, it was extraordinary. This will do. Lin Feng nodded. It was fine as long as it was pleasing to the eye. Anyway, he knew nothing about Green Smoke City. It wouldn't be too late to find a place to stay first. Lin Feng walked through the door. It was very noisy inside. He frowned slightly. He wanted to find a slightly quieter place to stay. Hello, guest. Are you here for a meal or a place to stay? A pretty lady greeted him with a professional smile. A place to stay. Help me find a quiet room, Lin Feng said. Okay, this way, please. The pretty lady gestured for him to follow her. He followed the pretty lady through the hall. There were many people in the noisy hall. Business was very good. Soon, the pretty lady brought Lin Feng to a place where light doors gathered. After passing through one of the light doors, Lin Feng arrived at a different area. Oh, it's much quieter here. Lin Feng smiled. Compared to the noisy hall on the first floor, this place was much quieter. Although he could still hear many voices, it was only because his ears were too sensitive. There were so many rooms separated from each other. Soon, the pretty girl brought Lin Feng to a small room. Is this okay? The pretty lady asked with a smile. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown when he walked closer. It was a very small room, only about 10 square meters. There was a wooden bed, a table, and a chair. There was even a faint, musty smell in the room. It was even worse than the room he had stayed in the Lin family village. This was too much of a scam. Isn't there anything better? Lin Feng asked. He couldn't understand why such a big restaurant would have such a shabby room. It was very different from what he had imagined. The pretty woman maintained her professional smile and said indifferently, "It's the annual elite martial arts competition, and rooms are scarce. This is already the cheapest room available. Dear guest, it only costs 10 green smoke coins per day." Lin Feng shook his head. Money is not a problem. I need a better environment. The pretty woman paused and looked at Lin Feng's half-naked body. She hesitated for a moment before saying tactfully, "I'm sorry, sir. Our ordinary and deluxe rooms are all fully booked. Even the cheapest rooms are star-rated rooms." Halfway through her sentence, the pretty lady opened her mouth wide and couldn't say anything. Looking at the round light spot in Lin Feng's hand, the pretty lady was stunned. She covered her mouth as if she was suffocating. "That's a soul coin. Is it enough?" Lin Feng asked. Seeing that the pretty lady didn't say anything, Lin Feng took out a few more soul coins. Is this enough? Money was not a problem for him at all. There were countless immortal herbs and immortal fruits in the purple ring. A 4-star immortal fruit was worth at least 1,000 soul coins. "Yes, it's enough." The pretty girl nodded, looking a little flustered. Seeing Lin Feng's frown, she bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle and said in fear, "I'm sorry, honorable guest. Please forgive me if I've neglected you." "It's okay." Lin Feng looked indifferent. He wasn't that stingy. "This way, please." The pretty lady's attitude became very respectful. She didn't dare to be careless. Her right hand quickly pressed the button on her waist. Her heart was beating fast. Everyone who could take out soul coins was a big shot. She was just a waitress. How could she offend them? A penny of money, a penny of treatment. When Lin Feng passed through a few light doors and entered a completely different area, he felt it deeply. It was decorated with gold and jade. There was a gorgeous carpet on the ground. There were well-dressed waitresses on both sides of the carpet who bowed deeply when they saw him. They were very respectful. A beautiful lady in luxurious clothes greeted him with a bright smile. However, she didn't even look at the pretty lady beside Lin Feng. "Distinguished sir, this way, please." The lady in luxurious clothes revealed a seductive charm in her actions. "Okay." Lin Feng nodded. This area was completely different from the previous area. The spacious passageway was devoid of any noise, and the fresh air was filled with a comfortable and pleasant feeling. It was more than a level higher. "I'm a manager here, and Ing." "Sir, you can call me Inger." The lady in luxurious clothes smiled sweetly. She had a faint fragrance and was full of the charm of a mature woman, especially her seductive eyes, which were shining brightly. Lin Feng nodded and didn't say anything. Seeing Lin Feng didn't say anything, Inger's beautiful eyes showed a trace of curiosity. This young man in his 20s was shirtless and emitted a faint martial artist aura. It was hard to associate him with a rich family or a famous family. However, he was very generous with soul coins. You can't judge a book by its cover. "Sir, this is a 7-star suite. It costs 1 soul coin per day, starting from 10 days later," Inger said softly. Seeing that Lin Feng didn't show any emotion, she was shocked. The Reflection Tower had received countless martial artists. Even Star C-level experts couldn't withstand such an expensive room price of 10 soul coins. However, this ordinary-looking young man actually turned a blind eye to it. Where did he come from? "Sir, is this your first time in the Reflection Tower?" Inger asked as they walked. "Yes." Lin Feng replied softly. "No wonder." Inger smiled sweetly. "Normally, people like you would directly enter the main floor and not the Reflection Tower." "Main floor? Reflection Tower?" Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He immediately understood. No wonder the waiter brought him to such a small room. Thinking about how many martial artists directly flew to the main floor, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. It was his own problem. He lacked experience. "We're here, sir." Inger stood at the side with a smile. Lin Feng walked in. His eyes lit up slightly. This place truly looked like a room. The vast space was decorated with extremely luxurious furniture. It was a sea of bright colors and exuded a noble aura. Obviously, it was for people with sufficient status to live in. Most importantly, it was very quiet. "Yes, not bad." Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. "This will do." Inger smiled slightly. "Then I won't disturb your rest. Do you need any special services?" Third update continue. There's one more update. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 429. Special Service? Lin Feng was startled. Ing smiled sweetly and clapped her hands. In an instant, dozens of women were dancing gracefully, their fragrant scent wafting through the air. It was a field of beautiful purples and brilliant reds, extremely charming and charming. They were all beautiful, and their seductive gazes were extremely provocative. Lin Feng blushed, but he was not a virgin who had never touched a woman before. He immediately understood what Inga meant by special service. He shook his head in embarrassment. I don't need it. Thank you. Inga smiled sweetly and did not say much. She clapped her hands, and the women immediately retreated. In an instant, the large room was empty. If Sir has no other instructions, Inga will take her leave. Inga nodded with a smile. Lin Feng nodded. Suddenly, he thought of something and shouted, Wait! Inga stopped in her tracks and turned around curiously. Can I ask you about someone? Lin Feng asked hesitantly. Please speak, sir. Inga smiled faintly. Senior Wei Hai from Fengyang Valley. Lin Feng looked at Inga expectantly. Inga's long eyelashes twitched, and her slightly furrowed brows carried the charm of a mature woman. Her beautiful eyes suddenly lit up, and she smiled. If Inga remembers correctly, Senior Hai should have checked into the one-star suite a few days ago. Lin Feng immediately chuckled. He originally thought that it would be difficult to find Senior Hai in this vast green smoke city, but he did not expect it to be so smooth. He did not even need to put in any effort. I wonder which room Senior Hai is in. Is it possible? Lin Feng asked, but he suddenly paused. There was a slight hesitation in his eyes as he thought to himself. There must be other people from the Windrise Valley traveling with Senior Hai. With such a deep misunderstanding, one more person would be one more trouble. May I ask Senior Hai to come over for a gathering? Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Inga smiled sweetly. It's nothing. In a spacious room, the air was fresh. Looking out the window, one could see the entire green smoke city in its entirety. This was the top floor of Reflection Tower. Looking out the window, one felt like looking down on the mountains, overlooking heaven and earth. Sure enough, there's a big difference between having money and not having money. Lin Feng murmured. If he had just arrived at the Douling world and was penniless, he wouldn't even be able to afford to stay in such a luxurious 7-star suite, let alone the top floor. But now, Lin Feng smiled faintly as he looked around at the luxurious surroundings. The difference in treatment was too great. I still have 11 Douling coins, but I'm afraid it's not enough. After meeting Senior Hai, I'll go out for a stroll and sell some of the immortal fruits I've collected. Oh, I can't sell too many at once. Lin Feng thought to himself. After this incident, he had a deeper understanding of the value of the Douling coin. It was extremely precious. It's good to have money. I wonder if I can buy a better soul attraction technique. Lin Feng pursed his lips and thought to himself. For a god of war to break through to the Starseed level, there were 3 requirements and 1 attraction. The most important attraction was this soul attraction technique that he lacked the most. It was used to sense the existence of the soul in his body. The stronger his body, the more precious the soul attraction technique was, and the higher the chances of sensing the god of war's soul. In other words, the higher the chances of breaking through. Let's go and see. Lin Feng sighed as he felt a headache coming on. Now that he had fallen out with Feng Yanggu, even if Senior Hai trusted him, the agreement from before was useless. This soul attraction technique had to be done by himself. Chief Stewardin, are you joking? Wei Hai was stunned. How could I be, Senior Hai? It's true. Inga smiled. A VIP staying in a 7-star suite. Wei Hai's face was filled with inexplicable astonishment. He couldn't come back to his senses, and his brows furrowed deeply. He frowned deeply, but he couldn't understand when he had met such a big shot. He shook his head and was confused. After passing through layers of light doors, they arrived at the top floor of Reflection Tower. Looking at this extremely gorgeous and extravagant environment that was filled with artistic beauty, Wei Hai exclaimed repeatedly. This was the place where the real big shots lived. They would stay for at least 10 or 100 days. How could ordinary people afford to stay for even a day? Don't joke about it. Aren't you afraid of embarrassing yourself? The starting fee here was 10 spirit coins. This is the place, Senior High. Inger smiled. Thank you for leading the way. Chief Steward and Wei Hai nodded and thanked her. The ordinary-looking, beautiful woman in front of him was famous in Green Smoke City. Although her strength was ordinary, the people she received every day were all influential people in the city. She had friends all over Green Smoke City, and her network was very wide. You're welcome. Enjoy your chat. Inger smiled and nodded. I'll take my leave first. After saying that, she bowed slightly, leaving behind only a fragrant wind. Wei Hai was stunned. He didn't expect the famous chief steward and to be so polite to him. I understand. Wei Hai laughed. This chief steward and probably treats me as a friend of the big shot in this 7-star suite. So she treats me like a VIP. Looking into the room, Wei Hai was filled with curiosity as he gently pushed open the door and entered. His footsteps were very light, as if he was afraid of disturbing this big shot. Wei Hai's eyes flickered as he looked at the beautiful environment before him, and he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. At this moment, a familiar voice suddenly sounded in his ears. You're here, Senior High. Wei Hai's head shook, and the fragments in his mind immediately combined to form a shadow. Frowning, Wei Hai's eyes lit up, and he turned around abruptly. The familiar face instantly overlapped with the shadow in his mind. Lin Feng. It's you, Lin Feng. Wei Hai's eyes deepened. Looking at Wei Hai, whose expression changed and was about to draw his sword, Lin Feng said hastily, It's a misunderstanding, Senior High. He didn't want to repeat what happened in Fengyang Valley. Seeing Wei Hai's hands slowly relax, Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief. What he was most afraid of was that Senior High couldn't distinguish right from wrong and was completely bewitched by Li Ming like the people in Fengyang Valley. Then, he wouldn't be able to explain himself. It seemed that Senior High still trusted him. At least on the surface, he was willing to listen to his explanation. It's a long story. Lin Feng nodded seriously and extended his right hand. Have a seat, Senior High. Okay, I'll listen to what you have to say. Wei Hai's eyes sparkled. In fact, he was also skeptical about what Li Ming had said. Based on his understanding of Lin Feng, there were too many suspicious points and abnormalities in the whole thing. However, his senior brother supported Li Ming, so he couldn't say much. His intuition told him that Lin Feng wasn't a crazy murderer, but now, if Lin Feng hadn't suddenly become rich, how could he afford to stay in a 7-star suite? Wei Hai was full of doubts, and he was also confused. Lin Feng told him the whole story without hiding anything. When he talked about his suspicions, Wei Hai's eyes flickered, and he kept nodding thoughtfully. Indeed, what Lin Feng said was flawless. If that was the case, Li Ming was most likely the murderer. And then, Wei Hai's expression softened slightly. The scales in his heart were gradually tilting towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng continued. We talked about how they were chased by more than 200 Gomang shamans. Wei Hai was so scared that his eyes turned white. It was frightening. Wei Hai only heaved a sigh of relief when they narrowly escaped death. He said casually, I was almost scared to death by you. Senior High, you believe me? Lin Feng asked in surprise. He thought that Senior High would at most be skeptical after hearing his explanation. He didn't expect him to believe him completely. Wei Hai smiled. If I'm not wrong, Lin Feng, you suddenly became rich because you found many immortal fruits in the spirit energy land, right? Lin Feng nodded and didn't hide anything. It wasn't hard to guess. The denser the spirit energy, the more wood spirits there were, and the more immortal fruits and herbs there were. Just like humans, their cultivation speed was especially fast in places with dense spirit energy. It was the same principle. Thank you for your hard work. Wei Hai patted Lin Feng's shoulder. Senior High, since you entrusted Xian to me, it's my responsibility. Lin Feng smiled faintly. I've been wondering since Li Ming came back. Wei Hai frowned. He's not much stronger than Wang Feng. Lin Feng, if you wanted to kill him, you wouldn't have made such a big mistake and let the tiger return to the mountain. Moreover, not long after you came back, Li Ming broke through to the Star C grade. Everyone knows that breaking through to the Star C grade requires at least 100 soul coins. Where did this huge sum of money come from? Wei Hai's gaze deepened. That's why I came to Green Smoke City in advance to investigate this matter. Lin Feng sighed softly. Needless to say, it was the 4-star immortal fruit, the Bodhi flower. There was no doubt that Li Ming was the murderer who killed Wang Feng. One animal. Wei Hai clenched his teeth. For his own benefit, he even killed his fellow disciples. Such a cruel and unscrupulous person. Senior brother is actually preparing to make him the successor of the sect leader. Wei Hai's gaze darkened as he said angrily, "No, I have to return to Fengyang Valley immediately and tell senior brother the whole story. I have to expose Li Ming's scheme." As he spoke, Wei Hai stood up agitatedly and clenched his fists. What he hated the most in his life was this kind of ungrateful, insidious, and vicious person. "It's no use, Senior Hai." Lin Feng shook his head. Seeing Wei Hai like this, Lin Feng felt warmth in his heart. No matter what others thought, at least Senior Hai believed in him. That was enough. I've already been to Fengyang Valley. Sect leader Ding only believes in Li Ming. He won't believe an outsider like me, Lin Feng said indifferently. Wei Hai nodded and said, "That's right. Lin Feng, you're not a disciple of Fengyang Valley after all. Moreover, Li Ming is a cunning and treacherous person. He has long spread the news about you to the entire Fengyang Valley to create a false impression that you're the strongest. With senior brother's character, he must have." As he spoke, Wei Hai exclaimed in surprise, "Brother Lin Feng, since senior brother sect leader believes in Li Ming, there's no reason for him to let you go. How did you get out?" Lin Feng smiled faintly. "I had a fight." Wei Hai nodded in understanding. Suddenly, his countenance changed drastically. He looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. "What did you say?" he asked, dumbfounded. "Lin Feng, you had a fight with senior brother sect leader? Could it be?" "Yes, I won." Lin Feng's voice was calm. However, Wei Hai's eyes widened. He was completely dumbfounded. "Fourth update. It's a little late. It's already past midnight. Tomorrow, I'll continue with the 4th update. To be continued. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation." Chapter 430. Wei Hai knew very well how strong sect leader Ding Hong was. They had cultivated together since they were young and were as close as brothers. Later on, they fought together and founded Fengyang Valley. Ding Hong was better than him in every aspect, including strength. Sect leader is a level 3-star River State war god. Wei Hai looked at Lin Feng in shock. He still couldn't believe it. Lin Feng was only a level 7-star River State warrior. In terms of strength, he was worlds apart from Ding Hong, but Lin Feng's expression didn't seem fake. "I won by luck." Lin Feng smiled. "Luck?" Wei Hai smiled bitterly and shook his head. Whether it was real luck or fake luck, it seemed to be the truth. When he first saw Lin Feng, he didn't even know the spear intent, but now, he is indeed a disciple of a hidden expert. Wei Hai was more certain. "Senior Hai, don't worry. I will definitely send Xian Air back safely." Lin Feng's eyes sparkled. It was one thing for Senior Hai to believe in him, but it was another thing for him to clear his name. Although the executioner name didn't affect him much, he still had to do what he had to do. For example, Li Ming, that treacherous villain. He deserved to be killed. Lin Feng's eyes flashed. When it was time to act, he wouldn't be merciful. The bloody lessons of Tianwu Continent told him that if he didn't remove the roots, there would be endless trouble in the future. It is Xian Air's fortune to be able to cultivate in a place with spirit qi. Looking at the killing intent that flashed in Lin Feng's eyes, how could the experienced Wei Hai not guess what Lin Feng was thinking? He nodded slowly. "Li Ming is like the sun in the sky in Fengyang Valley. Lin Feng, it won't be easy for you to touch him. Bear with it for a while. When Xian Air and the others come back, the truth will be revealed." It was a tactful suggestion. Lin Feng looked over. Senior Hai was afraid that he would be impulsive. "Don't worry, Senior Hai. I know what to do." "Haha, that's good." Wei Hai revealed a smile. They'd buried the hatchet between them, and the barrier between them had been completely removed. As he looked around this luxurious room, Wei Hai praised endlessly and said enviously, "Even though your trip to the chaotic swamp this time was a close shave with death, Lin Feng, you've profited from misfortune and made a great fortune. The 7-star suites of the Reflection Tower are top-notch in Green Smoke City." Lin Feng smiled and didn't mind. To him, it didn't matter if the room was luxurious or not. The most important thing was that it was quiet and secluded, allowing him to cultivate without any distractions. That was enough. After leaving Fengyang Valley, Xiao Chun did not have any other plans for the time being. He planned to stay in Green Smoke City for a period of time and set off after rescuing Xian Air and the others. This period of time could be as short as a few months or as long as a year and a half. The living environment could not be too accommodating. "By the way, Brother Lin Feng, what do you plan to do next?" Wei Hai asked casually. "I have 2 plans for coming to Green Smoke City. The first is to see Senior Hai and tell you the whole story," Lin Feng said with a smile. He hadn't expected things to go so smoothly and for him to accomplish his goal so quickly. "As for the second plan, I want to buy a soul attraction art manual." Wei Hai's eyes flashed slightly. He opened his mouth and hesitated for a moment before sighing softly. "Ah, I'm sorry, Brother Lin Feng. It's fine, Senior Hai." Lin Feng nodded. Putting himself in Wei Hai's shoes, he could completely understand Senior Hai's difficulties. Lin Feng's eyes flashed. "Does Senior Hai have any suggestions?" The soul attraction art is similar to weapon manuals. It is divided into 3 ranks: heaven, earth, and human. Each rank has 9 grades. Brother Lin Feng, the best soul attraction art you can buy in Green Smoke City is the 7th grade of the human rank. What I prepared for you is the best soul attraction art in Rising Wind Valley, the 6th grade of the human rank soul shock art. Lin Feng smiled softly. "It's only 1 grade away. It's fine." Being able to buy a grade 7 soul attraction art with money was already an unexpected gain. That's not the case. Wei Hai shook his head. Every 3 grades are 1st grade. Grade 7 is low grade, and grade 6 is middle grade. The difference is huge. But we don't have a better choice right now. After all, a human grade middle grade soul attraction art is very rare in Green Smoke City. As Wei Hai spoke, he suddenly thought of something and sighed softly. Unfortunately, Brother Lin Feng doesn't belong to any sect. Otherwise, if you participate in this elite martial competition, as long as you enter the top 32, you will be able to choose a cultivation technique manual. Among them is the soul attraction art. Oh, Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. If you enter the top 10, you will be qualified to enter the Green Smoke Secret Realm. Wei Hai's eyes flashed with a strange light. Carp leaping over Dragon Gate. Every year, many sect disciples will fight to the death for these 10 spots. As for the champion and runner-up, not only will they receive rich material rewards, they will also receive the identity token of the Yanling Supreme Residence. Green Smoke Secret Realm? Yanling Supreme Residence? Lin Feng sneered. Wei Hai nodded. Just as he was about to speak, a burst of noise came from outside the door. Lin Feng's ears moved, and his eyes flickered. This voice was somewhat familiar, and he didn't know where he had heard it before. Something seems to have happened. Lin Feng spat softly. Wei Hai laughed bitterly. If there's nothing else, Lin Feng, I'll take my leave first. All right, Senior Hai. Lin Feng nodded, understanding Senior Hai's concerns. There was a teleportation door in the room, so Wei Hai obviously didn't want to get involved too much. As the noise in his ears became clearer, Lin Feng's brows furrowed. In his mind, similar memories slowly combined, forming a blurry and hazy figure. Gradually, with the sound of messy footsteps, Lin Feng's eyes instantly lit up. It's him? Wah! The door was pushed open. A few figures suddenly appeared. The leader, a young man in embroidered robes, instantly met Lin Feng's eyes, and his expression froze. Young Master Lu, you can't go in. And Ying's hurried footsteps came from outside the door, her voice frantic. Instantly, a fragrant wind assaulted his nose, and in Ying's beautiful figure instantly appeared. Seeing her, Lin Feng hastily bowed and apologized. "I'm sorry, Sir Warrior. The distinguished guest you mentioned, is him?" The voice was filled with contempt, arrogance, and despotism. It was the young master of the Liu family, whom Lin Feng had met once in the chaotic mountain range, Liu Bao. Looked at Lin Feng with her beautiful eyes and said, "It's like this, Sir Warrior. Young Master Liu heard that you've booked the last remaining 7-star suite, so he wants to come in and say hello and get to know." Er's words were instantly interrupted. Liu Bao raised his hand and sneered. "What a joke. Why would I want to get to know a bumpkin?" As he said this, the cultivators behind him laughed in unison. Er's complexion changed in an instant. "Are you done?" Lin Feng's expression was very calm. He looked at Liu Bao indifferently. This was the second time they met. Every time they met, nothing good happened. Last time in the chaotic mountain range, they almost fought. "What did you say?" Liu Bao's eyes were filled with ferocity. He raised his head and said arrogantly, "How dare you talk to me like that? Do you know who I am?" A sharp-mouthed, monkey-cheeked martial artist behind him arrogantly took a step forward. "Little brat, listen carefully. In front of you is the Liu family." His voice stuttered, and the atmosphere in the room became extremely frightening. Er's pretty face paled as she felt an extremely sharp aura. Lin Feng's eyes were filled with a deep and cold aura. He stared at the arrogant follower like two sharp arrows. Sweat kept dripping from the warrior's forehead. His body trembled slightly. He lowered his head and stuttered. He didn't dare to look at Lin Feng. His aura was completely suppressed. "Lin Feng," Liu Bao clenched his teeth and said angrily, "I have no interest in who you are, and I don't want to know." Lin Feng said slowly, "If you're done, please go back to where you came from." "Wait." Liu Bao's face was gloomy. He raised his hand and looked at Lin Feng. His chest was heaving up and down. It was obvious that he was suppressing his anger. "Lin Feng, how about we make a deal? Give up this 7-star suite, and I, Liu Bao, will let bygones be bygones. I guarantee you a good life in Green Smoke City." Lin Feng smiled indifferently. It turned out that this was Liu Bao's goal after talking for so long. "I'm just a commoner from the mountains. I don't have the fortune to enjoy it. Please." Lin Feng's expression was calm. Liu Bao's expression instantly became extremely unsightly. Blue veins popped out of his tightly clenched right fist as if he wanted to eat someone alive. He gritted his teeth and stretched out 2 fingers. "Double, I'll pay double." Lin Feng closed his eyes and said indifferently, "I don't lack money." Then he opened his eyes, which were as bright as the stars in the night sky. "I'm not interested even if you pay 10 times. You can leave." "See him out." Reacted at this time and said, "Young Master Liu, good." After saying good 3 times, Liu Bao looked at Lin Feng like a vicious eagle. His appearance was extremely sinister, as though he wanted to drink Lin Feng's blood and eat Lin Feng's flesh. "If you have the guts, Lin Feng, let's ride a donkey and find a horse. Don't think you'll be fine just because you're in Reflection Tower. I'll see how long you can be arrogant." Liu Bao shouted angrily and waved his hand. "Let's go." The group of people left in a grandiose manner. They came quickly and left quickly. Liu Bao's sinister voice still lingered in the air, but he had already disappeared. Only Lin Feng and were left. "Why bother?" Looked at Lin Feng and said softly, "Young Master Liu is used to running amok in Green Smoke City. Those who offend him won't have a good ending. Thank you for your concern." Lin Feng smiled. He knew that was reminding him out of good intentions. Sighed softly and then smiled. "Sir, if you don't have anything else to do, you can stay in Reflection Tower. Although young Master Liu is tyrannical, he doesn't dare to act recklessly in Reflection Tower. As for the other places in Green Smoke City, is unable to help." Lin Feng's eyes flickered. Indeed, if Liu Bao could attack, he would have done so already. This Reflection Tower clearly had a powerful backer. Even the dignified young Master Liu was wary of them. It was quite mysterious. "Liu Bao," Lin Feng murmured softly. He suddenly smiled, completely unconcerned. He had barged through the chaotic swamp and killed the Gomang shaman tribe. A mere hedonistic young master. What was there to fear? Chapter 431. Young Master, do you want to? Lu Zhong's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he made a gesture of slitting his neck. Do you have a brain? Do you know what time it is? Lu Bao scolded angrily. He had been suppressing his anger, so he curled his lips. This is the annual elite martial competition. All the tyrants will gather here. Do you want me to be scolded to death by the old man if you make a big deal out of it for a country bumpkin? Lu Zhong's flattery had backfired, and he had become Lu Bao's punching bag. However, he only dared to say yes. Young Master, without a 7-star suite, how can we entertain that big shot? Lu Cheng asked in a deep voice. Damn it, I'm so angry. Lu Bao's face was livid as he clenched his fists in anger. Lu Cheng sighed in his heart. He expected better from Lu Bao. If Lu Bao wasn't a lecherous man, he wouldn't have failed to do such a small thing. He could have booked it 2 days earlier. However, there was no use regretting now. Lu Cheng cupped his hands and said seriously, Young Master, there are a total of 3 7-star suites. The owner of one of them has a good relationship with Master. Why don't you go and beg him? Lu Bao curled his lips and waved his hand reluctantly. Then go quickly. Lu Cheng sighed and bowed. Yes, young master. Damn it. Lu Bao flew up and kicked a flower pot, but he still couldn't vent his anger. When he thought of Lin Feng's arrogance and disregard for him just now, he was so angry that he wanted to tear him into pieces. This bastard. Lu Bao's eyes were filled with murderous intent, provoking me again and again. If I don't teach you a lesson, how can I raise my head in the future? Lu Bao clenched his fists with hatred. When he thought of the video of Lin Feng and Li Ming's battle that day, he felt disdain. Level 7 Galaxy class, human class grade 8 spear art. What a piece of trash. Lu Bao's eyes were filled with disdain. With his strength, dealing with Lin Feng was as easy as crushing an ant. How could I have been frightened by that trash's aura in the chaotic mountain range that day? LV Bao frowned as he recalled the situation that day. Even now, he still felt that it was inconceivable. However, he immediately shook his head. He had personally witnessed Lin Feng's strength in the video. Naturally, it couldn't be fake. Forget it. What's the point of thinking about that trash? LV Bao shook his head. The draw for the elite martial arts competition should be out by now. Let's go and see who my first opponent is. LV Bao heaved a long sigh of relief. Then, he sorted out his feelings and walked out. To him, the elite martial competition was the most important thing. The old man had given the order that they must enter the top 10. As for Lin Feng, I'll let you be arrogant for a while longer. LV Bao's eyes were cold. Lin Feng, don't let me find the opportunity. When the time comes, I will make you die a miserable death. Just you wait. By the way, can you tell me more about Green Smoke City? Lin Feng asked. Since the matter with Senior High had been resolved, he no longer had any concerns and could temporarily stay in Green Smoke City for a while. However, he had just arrived and knew nothing about Green Smoke City. He had only entered the Reflection Tower because of its majestic appearance. In the end, he didn't even know the main floor and the Reflection Tower, which was a joke. Rather than being confused when the time came, he might as well find someone familiar with Green Smoke City and ask him about it. That way, he could settle this once and for all. It was the best candidate for the job. Inger's beautiful brows raised slightly. Sir, aren't you afraid of young Master Lu's revenge? Afraid of him? Lin Feng shook his head indifferently. Such a calm and confident expression, as if he was at ease, made Lin Feng appear even more mysterious in Inger's eyes. Her beautiful eyes flashed. She couldn't help but recall Lin Feng's fierce aura. He didn't take young Master Lu seriously at all. Instantly, It was extremely curious about Lin Feng. His strength was extraordinary, his temperament was calm, and he was young and rich. No matter how Inger thought about it, she couldn't seem to come up with an accurate answer. Her beautiful brows furrowed slightly. Inger! Lin Feng called out softly when he saw that Inger was in a daze. Yes. Inger came back to her senses and smiled sweetly. Since Sir is interested in Greensmoke City, Inger will tell you everything I know. It's been several hundred years since Greensmoke City last changed hands. Now, it's jointly managed by the Fong and Liu families. Among them, Inger's voice was gentle and clear as she spoke. Lin Feng nodded from time to time, memorizing her words in his heart. This included the origin of Greensmoke City, the various districts and shops in the city, big and small. She was extremely detailed. Inger was a true resident of Greensmoke City and held an important position in the Reflection Tower. She knew Greensmoke City very well. Lin Feng's extraordinary memory didn't just allow him to remember everything he saw. He also remembered everything he heard. In less than 15 minutes, Lin Feng's understanding of Greensmoke City had gone from 0 to quite proficient. Even compared to Wei Hai, he was much better. So that's how the name Greensmoke City came about. Lin Feng nodded. Yes, that's why there's an annual elite martial competition. Inger smiled and said, every year, for the 10 spots, the major sects will fight tooth and nail. As long as one is under the age of 30, they can participate an unlimited number of times. Compared to warriors who enter for the first time, experienced warriors who enter the Greensmoke secret realm will naturally have an advantage. Is the Greensmoke secret realm really that magical? Lin Feng was extremely curious. Of course. Inger smiled gently. Sir, didn't you just meet Senior Wei Hai? The 7 Dragon Sun Condors of Rising Wind Valley were obtained from the Greensmoke secret realm. At that time, many sects and forces were envious of them. Now, they have become the treasures of Rising Wind Valley. Dragon Sun Condors 7. Lin Feng muttered softly as his eyes instantly lit up. The 7 wooden sculptures of different colors appeared in his mind, as well as the Dragon Sun spear art that he cultivated. Lin Feng instantly understood. So they're called Dragon Sun Condors. Lin Feng thought to himself, these 7 spear intent wooden carvings could indeed be called the treasures of the valley. Just the spear intent contained in the first wooden carving combined with the Sun Dragon spear art was already so powerful. And the second spear that Ding Hong had used that day contained a much stronger spear intent than the first spear. Spear after spear. If it was the 7th spear, how powerful would it be? Lin Feng's heart suddenly thumped as a hint of desire flashed in his eyes. Anyone who practiced the spear would pursue the best spear art. He was no exception. However, Er's beautiful eyes were bright. How could she not see through Lin Feng's thoughts? She said, Sir, if you want to go to the Greensmoke secret realm, I'm afraid you will have to wait until next year. Just now, a total of 688 sects and forces and 1,600 contestants have been freshly released. Now, the entire Greensmoke City is buzzing with discussion. Inger said. Lin Feng shook his head regretfully. Indeed, if he had known earlier, he would have fought for it. According to Senior Hai, as long as he entered the top 32, he would be able to obtain the middle human-level soul attraction technique. And if he entered the top 10, he would be able to enter the Greensmoke secret realm. It was extremely tempting. What a pity, Lin Feng thought to himself, but he did not care too much. Many things were already predestined. Can I take a look at the list? Lin Feng looked at Inger with slight curiosity. Of course. Inger smiled and walked over. This way, please. Greensmoke City, 9 Dragons Arena. This was one of the busiest areas in Greensmoke City. Every year, the elite martial arts competition was held in the 9 Dragons Arena. It was a coliseum with 9 giant dragons circling around it. It was a vast building complex with layers upon layers. Each level was separated by 100 meters. The entire 9 Dragons Arena was about 1,000 meters tall, not inferior to the Reflection Tower. The most shocking thing was the size of each level. It was extremely spacious. In Greensmoke City, where every inch of land was worth gold, it was extremely luxurious. Each level and each arena's spectator seats could accommodate millions of people. At this moment, on the ground floor of the largest plaza area, countless heads filled the entire space. It was as if all the people of Greensmoke City were gathered here. People could be seen everywhere, and it was so crowded that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Although there was still a day and a half before the elite martial arts competition, it was already bustling. With the announcement of the list of participants, the information of the participants had already been sold in various areas of the Nine Dragons arena. The betting areas were also bustling with activity. This rare event pushed the atmosphere of Green Smoke City to its climax. Most importantly, the list of matches had been announced. Sister, the first match is against Butcher from the Democratic Blade sect. Let's just forfeit. Pei Qing, who was dressed as a man, said bitterly. That's right, Senior Sister Hong. We'll lose for sure. Butcher almost entered the top 100 last time. He's a Galaxy level 7. Senior Sister Qing can't possibly win. Little Jade pouted and said gloomily, it's all Senior Sister Hong's fault. Her luck is too bad. Pei Hong blushed and said angrily, what did you say, stupid girl? Anyway, I'm fighting on behalf of Junior Brother 1. Pei Qing said softly, if people find out that I'm not Junior Brother 1, I'll be disqualified. Forget it, Senior Sister Hong. Little Jade said worriedly, I heard that Butcher's methods are extremely cruel. Although the competition rules state that martial artists are not allowed to kill each other, Butcher was defeated by Butcher last time. But all of the martial artists that were defeated by Tu Fu in the previous tournament ended up with heavy injuries. I'm afraid that's Senior Sister Qing. I know that Qinger is not Butcher's match, but Pei Hong bit her lips. We really can't afford to lose. Pei Hong sighed. Rainbow Jade Sect has been eliminated for 9 consecutive years. If we lose again this time, we won't even be able to keep our last remaining spot. At that time, I'm afraid that Rainbow Jade Sect will fall and be crippled. Pei Hong's voice was hoarse and helpless. As the eldest senior sister, the pressure she was under was far greater than everyone else. Pei Qing, Little Jade, and Lei Dao did not say anything. Everyone's mood was extremely low. They could neither advance nor retreat. They could not retreat. At this moment, a valiant and familiar voice suddenly sounded in their ears. Let me represent Rainbow Jade Sect in the competition. To be continued. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 432. The light voice made one feel at ease, like a clear spring. Pei Hong and the other three's expressions changed instantly, and they immediately raised their heads. They saw that familiar figure in front of them walking over lightly. We meet again. Lin Feng smiled faintly. Big Brother Lin Feng. Big Brother Lin Feng. Pei Qing and the other two revealed pleasantly surprised expressions, while Pei Hong pursed her lips, deliberately snorted lightly, and turned her head away. However, her brows suddenly furrowed. Pei Hong recalled what Lin Feng said just now, and her heartbeat quickened. She hurriedly turned her head. Lin Feng, what did you say just now? As soon as Pei Hong spoke, Pei Qing and the other two immediately reacted. All of them covered their small mouths in shock and revealed astonished expressions. They didn't seem to have heard wrongly just now, right? Lin Feng's eyes were bright with a faint light. He looked around and nodded. There are too many people here. To avoid unnecessary trouble, let's go somewhere else to talk. As he spoke, Lin Feng looked at Pei Hong. Do you want to go to your place or mine? His voice was very calm. Lin Feng looked at Pei Hong with a burning gaze, waiting for her answer. He was testing her reaction. Pei Hong's expression kept changing. Among the four of them, she was the eldest senior sister, and everything was decided by her. Although she didn't like Lin Feng, the scales in Pei Hong's heart were slowly tilting. Lin Feng's suggestion was extremely tempting. 3 seconds, 6 seconds, 10 seconds, the atmosphere was very oppressive. Pei Qing and the other two patiently waited for Pei Hong's answer. Let's go to your place. Pei Hong pursed her lips, and her eyes flickered. Clearly, she had already made a decision. We just arrived and haven't found a place to stay. All right, Lin Feng smiled. From a change in Pei Hong's expression, he already knew the answer. The entire matter was much smoother than expected. Big Brother Lin Feng, You're staying in the largest restaurant in Green Smoke City. Reflection Restaurant? Little Jade said in surprise. Didn't you say that the ordinary and luxurious rooms are already fully booked? Pei Qing asked doubtfully. Stupid. He must be staying in a star room in the reflection layer, Pei Hong said. Pei Qing and Little Jade suddenly understood and stuck out their little tongues. Judging from Lin Feng's extravagance, it was obvious that he had a lot of money. How could he not be able to afford to live in a star classroom? On the other hand, it was indeed very stupid for them to use the fixed way of thinking in the past. Lin Feng glanced at Pei Hong, and the corner of his mouth curved slightly. From the moment Pei Hong accepted his suggestion, the barrier between them had slowly begun to disappear. It seemed like they were moving towards a more normal relationship. We're here. Lin Feng saw the reflection tower. Located in the center of Green Smoke City, the distance between the Nine Dragons Arena and the reflection tower was not far. With the speed of a martial artist, it would only take the blink of an eye to cross the distance. I'm so excited. I've never been to the reflection layer before. Little Jade's face was flushed red. Me too. I really want to go and take a look. Pei Qing bit her lips. Although Pei Hong did not speak, the flickering light in her eyes betrayed her. The reflection tower was famous. As one of the iconic buildings of Green Smoke City, it was indeed fascinating. Lin Feng smiled faintly and sped forward. It can't be a 7-star suite. I'm not dreaming, right? Pei Qing and Little Jade were shocked and dazed. As Lin Feng entered the top floor of the reflection tower, they were a little dazed and could not recover their wits. Not to mention them, even Pei Hong, who was the most experienced and knowledgeable of the group, was staring with her eyes wide and mouth agape. They had thought that Lin Feng was staying in a 1-star suite or a 2-star suite. They did not expect. It was the most luxurious 7-star suite. Looking around, the crowd could not calm down for a long time. The shock that Lin Feng brought to them was too great. Sit. Lin Feng smiled faintly. There won't be anyone else here. We can discuss this properly. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Pei Hong and the other girls slowly calmed down. Although they could not help but look around curiously, they sat down one by one. Right now, business was more important. What do you think of the proposal just now? Lin Feng's eyes shone brightly. Looking at the hesitant expressions of Pei Hong and the other three, Lin Feng nodded and said, Or, if you have any conditions or requests, feel free to state them. Pei Hong hesitated for a moment. Then her expression suddenly turned serious. She took out the 3 doling spirit coins and handed it over with her right hand. Pei Hong said seriously, Thank you for your generous gift, but we can't accept it without doing anything. We can't accept this money. Lin Feng was stunned. He did not expect Pei Hong to be so stubborn. He glanced at the expressions of Pei Qing and the other two. They were exactly the same. Lin Feng instantly understood. It was not stubbornness, but simplicity. Take it. Lin Feng pushed Pei Hong's hand over and smiled. If you didn't lead the way, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to reach Green Smoke City now. This reward is what you deserve. Pei Hong's hand was touched by Lin Feng. Her face turned slightly red, but she still shook her head stubbornly. Even if it's a reward, it doesn't need to be so much. I've never heard of a reward of 3 doling spirit coins for leading the way. It's true with me. Lin Feng chuckled. It's just a small sum. If you're willing to give me your place in the competition, I'm willing to pay you 100 doling spirit coins. 100 doling spirit coins. They didn't hear it wrong, right? Everyone widened their eyes and felt suffocated. Pei Hong's right hand trembled slightly. At this time, she did feel the 3 doling spirit coins in her hand. It's just a small sum. Oh my God, where did this ordinary-looking young man come from? Even the rulers of Green Smoke City, the young masters of the Fong and Lu families, might not be so generous. Is it not enough? Lin Feng said casually, If it's not enough, I'll add more. The most important thing is that you're willing to let me take your junior brother wins place in the competition. Money was not a problem for him. Any 3-star spirit fruit in the purple ring was worth more than 100 doling spirit coins. On the way to Green Smoke City, He already knew what happened. When he saw the battle list, he caught a glimpse of the familiar name of Tsayu sect. In an instant, he suddenly had an idea and made this last-minute decision. It was not just for the soul attraction technique. Lin Feng's eyes flashed. As long as he could enter the top 100, his other goal could be achieved, killing two birds with one stone. At this time, Pei Hong and the others were already numb. What did he mean by adding more if it's not enough? Was he kidding? Was 100 doling spirit coins a small sum? The entire Tsayu sect was not even worth 10 doling spirit coins. Enough, enough. Pei Hong was speechless. For a moment, her brain short-circuited and she didn't know what to say. After taking a deep breath, Pei Hong's slightly red face slowly calmed down. Her bulging chest stopped heaving up and down. She closed her eyes and finally calmed down. Pursing her lips, Pei Hong opened her eyes and stared at Lin Feng. Answer me honestly. Which sect are you from? Or which clan do you belong to? Lin Feng said slowly, My master has been in seclusion for a long time, and I am not a martial artist from Yinling Prefecture. Looking at Pei Hong, Lin Feng smiled. I once stayed in Rising Wind Valley for a while, but I don't belong to any sect. Therefore, there will be no flaws in the identity substitution. Pei Qing said happily, Just nice, big brother Lin Feng. Junior brother Li has always been concentrating on cultivation and has never come to Green Smoke City. This time, he is a newcomer. Xiaolu said with a smile, That's right. Last year, senior sister Hong represented us in the competition, but she lost the first battle. Pei Hong's face turned red and shouted, Xiaolu. Everyone couldn't help but roar with laughter. The most important part was the identity substitution. As long as there was no problem with this step, it was basically set in stone. After all, Lin Feng wasn't like Pei Qing, who had to disguise herself as a man. After the laughter, Pei Qing and the other two looked at Pei Hong with anticipation, waiting for their eldest senior sister's final decision. Pei Hong muttered to herself for a long time. She raised her head and looked at Lin Feng. She paused and said slowly, Your suggestion? I can accept it. As soon as she finished speaking, Pei Qing and the other two exclaimed happily and revealed joyful smiles. They were waiting for Pei Hong to say this. Pei Qing, in particular, was completely liberated. She didn't need to disguise herself as a man anymore, and she didn't need to face opponents who were far stronger than her. But Pei Hong dragged her voice and said seriously, Lin Feng, I hope you can promise me one thing. Please say it. Lin Feng said seriously. He had never seen Pei Hong with such a serious expression. I don't need any reward from you. I only need you to win the first battle for Caifei sect as junior brother one. Pei Hong nodded vigorously and clenched her right fist. Just one battle is enough. We have been eliminated in the first round for 9 consecutive years. If we can't win a single battle this time, then we will lose the only spot in the elite martial competition. Looking at Pei Hong, Lin Feng's eyes flickered. He originally thought that Pei Hong was a stubborn girl who did things her own way. However, after interacting with her, he realized that it wasn't the case. She was a very competent eldest senior sister. It was just that she was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Give it to me. Lin Feng smiled and stretched out his right hand. What? Pei Hong had a puzzled expression. Identity token. Lin Feng smiled indifferently. Without an identity token, how can I be your junior brother when? Pei Hong was slightly startled. Then, her eyes suddenly lit up. You agree? Lin Feng shook his head. Pei Hong's smile immediately froze. Pei Qing and the other two were also surprised. Lin Feng suddenly raised the corner of his mouth. Your request is too low. First round? At least enter the top 100 and spread the name Lin 1 and polish Caifei sect signboard. You're just bragging. Pei Hong reprimanded with a smile. Pei Qing and the other two also laughed. However, they only thought that Lin Feng was joking. Those who could enter the top 100 were all true elite experts. It was easier said than done. Remember what you promised me. Pei Hong looked at Lin Feng. She took out a thin metal card from her bosom and placed it in Lin Feng's hand. Pei Hong nodded seriously. Her words were sonorous. You must win. Don't worry. Lin Feng held the identity token and felt a warmth. I won't disappoint you, senior sister. Pei Hong's face immediately turned red. She reprimanded, Who's your senior sister? In an instant, everyone laughed. The atmosphere was very harmonious. There was no barrier between them anymore. Lin Feng looked at Pei Hong and nodded with a smile, turning an enemy into a friend. Third update, Xiao Xiao can't hold on anymore. Fourth update will be added tomorrow morning. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 433. Clang, clang. The sound of weapons clashing could be heard continuously. Lin Feng held the Nightmare Demon Spear and was practicing with Pei Hong. Whoosh, whoosh. Pei Hong's whip was extremely flexible, and its attack range covered every corner. It was fast, accurate, and ruthless. At first glance, Pei Hong had the complete upper hand. The long whip in one hand danced in an airtight manner, and the whip intent was extremely sharp. On the other hand, Lin Feng's Nightmare Demon Spear was not as agile. It was constantly entangled with the long whip, but it lacked the soft force. It was strong and fierce, but not flexible enough. For a moment, he was completely in a passive situation. But, upon closer inspection, the two did not have the slightest killing intent, and even their fighting intent was extremely weak. There were no fluctuations of energy at all. Whether it was Pei Hong's fiery red energy or Lin Feng's Emperor Shun's energy, they did not use it. The two were clearly just having a friendly exchange of pointers. Pa, pa. The long whip was like a nimble, poisonous snake, bypassing the defense of the Nightmare Demon Spear and continuously whipping Lin Feng's naked upper body. The deep whip marks were dripping with blood, and it was a heart-wrenching sight. However, Lin Feng was like a wooden man and did not feel anything. His wounds healed in the blink of an eye, causing Pei Hong to widen her eyes in shock. Bind. The essence of the second spear is the word bind. The soft force is not inferior to the force, and the spear intent is profound. Lin Feng's eyes constantly changed, and he felt the bind force in Pei Hong's long whip. He had a faint feeling in his heart. The shape of the second wooden sculpture appeared in his mind, and he seemed to be able to feel the concept contained in the wooden sculpture. However, it was not compatible with Ding Hong's moves. What was missing? Lin Feng's spear shadows crisscrossed, and he constantly imitated Ding Hong's spear. Again and again and again and again. He kept practicing. 6 hours later. I'm so tired. Pei Hong walked out of the training hall, her body dripping with sweat. You're out, big sis, Pei Qing said with a smile. After changing back into women's clothing, she was as delicate as water, and her short hair made her look even more heroic. Now why don't I see Linda go? Little Jade held her chin and asked curiously. Pei Hong curled her lips and glanced behind her. She shook her head and said, This pervert is still practicing. I whipped him hundreds of times, and he acted like nothing happened. He's simply a monster. As she spoke, the 6 hours of battle from before appeared in her mind, and the corners of Pei Hong's mouth inexplicably curled up. It was a great thrashing, and all his anger had been vented. Lin Feng seemed to be deliberately letting her hit him. He did not resist at all. His spear was slow and sluggish, and he was trying to compete with her whip in terms of flexibility. It was simply unreasonable, but there seems to be some improvement. Pei Hong pondered in her heart and shrugged her shoulders. She did not know anything about spear techniques. Lindigo is so hardworking. Little Jade's eyes shone with admiration. What's the use of being hardworking? Pei Hong snorted. My opponent for the first round is the Butcher from the Democratic Blade sect. His combat ability is very strong. Last year, he was only a stage 6 galaxy level and almost made it into the top 100. This year, he's a stage 7 galaxy level. His strength has more than doubled. But Lindigo is also a stage 7 galaxy level, Little Jade said in surprise. Him? Pei Hong had a look of disdain. He can't even beat me. Seeing the two girls looking at her, Pei Hong's face turned red. She said anxiously, I only lost that time because I was inexperienced. If we fight again, I definitely won't lose to him." Seeing that the two girls were still smiling, Pei Hong instantly stomped her feet. "I'm not going to talk to you. Oomph, I'm going to take a shower." After saying that, he ran away like a wisp of smoke. In the most expensive 7-star suite in the Reflection Tower, there were all kinds of facilities. This included an extremely spacious training hall, cultivation room, and so on. The most ordinary bathroom was needless to say. "Senior Sister Qing, do you think Big Brother Lin Feng can win against that butcher?" Little Jade bit her lips and asked worriedly. "I don't know either." Pei Qing shook her head. "I hope so." Time passed slowly. Lin Feng practiced alone in the training hall. The comprehension of spear intent was not something that could be completed in a short period of time. Just like the first spear move back then, even though he had completely comprehended the spear form and spear intent, it still took him a total of 3 days. From perfectly copying Wang Feng's spear form and slowly deducing spear intent, the difficulty was much lower than now. One had to know that Ding Hong had only used one spear move back then, unlike Wang Feng, who had used the entire Sun Dragon spear art. The difficulty was more than 10 times or even 100 times. Otherwise, why would he need Pei Hong's help? The compatibility between spear intent and the spear form was extremely important. Spear intent required the spear form to perfectly display its power, and the spear form also required spear intent to lead it. Just like the relationship between a general and a soldier on the battlefield, it was inseparable. Something's not right. It doesn't feel right at all. Lin Feng had already stopped practicing and was sitting cross-legged on the ground. His brows were tightly knitted as he fell into deep thought. Just by relying on Ding Hong's single spear move in his mind, it was too difficult to deduce the entire spear intent. He could only feel a concept, but this concept had countless forks in it, and each path was different. Perhaps they were all dead ends. Entangle. How do I entangle it? What a headache. Lin Feng sighed softly as he fell into a difficult problem. It was as if he had obtained an incomplete secret manual, but it was missing an extremely important part. Pei Hong's whip technique inexplicably appeared in his mind. It followed him like a shadow, like a strange poisonous snake that was everywhere. Excellent flexibility and toughness, it fully displayed the power of the word entanglement. Suddenly, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He instantly stood up as if he was possessed. The nightmare devil spear vibrated as it danced. The 18 basic moves of the spear included entanglement, loop, flower dance, and other soft applications. The spear and the whip were completely different existences. One was hard and firm, while the other was soft and soft. But somehow, there seemed to be something that connected the two together. Lin Feng seemed to be possessed. The dancing of the spear had a strange feeling. He was completely immersed in it, using the spear intent to drive the whip technique. It was simply wishful thinking. But many things seemed impossible, but they were not really impossible. There was a word in the world called miracle. More and more martial artists entered Green Smoke City. As the elite martial competition was about to begin, the experts of the major sects and forces all arrived one by one. All the restaurants and hotels were full of guests for the annual grand event. All the shops and exchanges were overflowing with profits. They had been waiting for this day all year. However, the most bustling place was undoubtedly the Nine Dragon Arena. In order to get a seat, many people had even entered a day earlier to wait for the competition to begin. At a glance, there were more than 10 arenas at the bottom level. The audience seats were filled with people. Indeed, since they could not find a place to stay, they might as well come early. It was quite lively. At the top level of the Nine Dragons Arena, in a luxurious private room. At this moment, a middle-aged man and a brown-clothed old man were looking down at the crowd through the brown tempered glass. I haven't been here for 10 years, but it's still so lively. The brown-clothed old man smiled. Although he was old, his hair and beard were all black. His body was sturdy, and he did not look old. Martial Uncle came suddenly this time. Please forgive us for not treating you well. The middle-aged man said respectfully. He was in the prime of his life and had the body of a dragon and tiger. His eyes shone brightly, and he had a domineering aura. Behind him, many martial artists stood at the side as if they were his bodyguards. But every martial artist, they were all-star ocean-level existences. The middle-aged man's identity was extremely noble. He was one of the people in power in Green Smoke City, the head of the Liu clan, Liu Ning. The brown-clothed old man laughed lightly. "You are too polite, little Ning. This time, this old man originally wanted to bring my two useless disciples to travel around and see the world. Coincidentally, when we arrived in Green Smoke City, the elite martial competition was about to begin. My two disciples were itching to test their abilities, so..." The brown-clothed old man smiled slightly. "These are two identity tokens. Martial uncle, please accept them." Liu Ning respectfully handed over two thin metal cards. "Very good." The brown-clothed old man nodded in satisfaction and accepted the identity tokens. "When the time comes, I will return you two identity tokens of the Yinling Royal Residence." The identity tokens of the Yinling Royal Residence could only be obtained by the champion and runner-up of the elite martial competition. The brown-clothed old man was very confident, but he indeed had the qualifications, not for anything else, but for two words: Fierce Yin School. It governed 15 cities to the south of the Yinling Royal Residence, second only to the 18 cities of the Yinling Royal Residence. In the Yinling Royal Residence, the Fierce Yin School was one of the best in terms of reputation and strength. It was on par with the Yinling Royal Residence. The brown-clothed old man had a great background. He was the guardian of the Fierce Yin School, Sima Shi. LV Ning faintly smiled. "Martial uncle is too polite. Little Ning has an unsolicited request. I wonder if martial uncle can help me with a small matter?" Seizing every opportunity to earn a favor, he would be a fool if he didn't use it. This old fox, LV Ning, grasped this opportunity extremely well. "Say it." The brown-clothed old man, Sima Shi, said indifferently. "My son, Liu Bao, has been yearning to join the Fierce Yin School for a long time." Liu Ning said respectfully, "I wonder if martial uncle can put in a few good words in front of the sect leader and become an inner court disciple." Inner court disciples and outer court disciples, regardless of status or treatment, were vastly different. They were the true elites and had to be completely loyal to the Fierce Yin School. LV Bao, on the other hand, obviously lacked the qualifications. Sima Shi frowned slightly. After thinking for a while, he said in a low voice, "Try your best. I will let my disciple record a battle video and present it to the sect leader. I will put in a few good words for you. But if little nephew's strength is not enough, then this old man can't help." "Thank you. Thank you, martial uncle." Liu Ning was overjoyed. "Then it's settled." Sima Shi waved his sleeves and turned to leave. Soon, he disappeared without a trace. Liu Ning's eyes were gleaming. He clenched his right fist tightly and shouted with deep joy, "Liu Zhen, your subordinate is here." Among the guards, a strong man with eagle eyes stepped out. "Go and call my unfilial son here." Liu Ning frowned. "Yes, Patriarch." Liu Zhen accepted the order and left. It's rare that martial uncle is willing to help. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I can't miss it. Liu Ning looked down at the dense crowd below with bright eyes. It had always been his wish to let his son enter the Fierce Yin School and become an inner court disciple. Which parent didn't want their son to be successful? Catching up on yesterday's fourth update, Xiao Xiao watched the finals this morning. Haha, today's outbreak will be paused for a day. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 434. The next day at noon. There was only one day left before the elite martial competition began. Why hasn't Lindigo come out yet? It's almost time, little Jade said anxiously. It's okay. There's still 2 hours, Pei Qing said with a smile. What a lunatic. He's so crazy when it comes to spear practice. Pei Hong curled her lips, looked at the other training room, and said, I thought only the little guy Thunderblade was so addicted to martial arts. I didn't expect Lin Feng to be the same. What a good match. Pei Qing covered her mouth and chuckled. Junior brother Lei is improving fast. Master said that he'll surpass you in a year. Really? Little Jade's eyes widened. Junior brother Lei is 1 year younger than me. He's only 13 years old. Senior sister Hong is already 19. I don't believe it. Pei Hong crossed her arms and blushed. Junior brother Lei is the most talented one here. Pei Qing's eyes glittered. Master said that junior brother Lei is talented and hardworking. He'll be able to reach the Star Lord level in the future. By then, the rise of the Colored Jade sect will depend on him. Brother Lin Feng isn't talented. Little Jade's eyes widened. He defeated senior sister Hong. Little Jade, Pei Hong said angrily. Isn't that so? Little Jade chuckled. Pei Hong was speechless. No matter what, it was an indisputable fact that she had been defeated by Lin Feng that day. Pei Hong snorted. If we fight again, I'll definitely win. He's 1 year older than me. It's normal for him to be slightly stronger than me. Pei Qing covered her mouth and chuckled. Her sister was just strong. Nothing else mattered. Master said that the more talented one is, the faster one can cultivate. Normally, a martial artist's potential will be revealed before the age of 18. Pei Qing smiled. Brother Lin Feng is indeed better than you, but in terms of talent, Brother Lin Feng is only above average in Green Smoke City. He's on par with you. Only then did Pei Hong snort a few times and feel slightly satisfied. But those that are able to participate in the elite martial competition are all the most outstanding disciples of the various sects and powers, and those with above-average natural endowments are probably the most ordinary. Pei Qing suddenly laughed. For example, Big Sister lost in the first battle last year and the year before that. Pei Hong's face instantly flushed red like a deflated balloon. She bit her lips, but she couldn't defend herself. After all, this was the truth, so she gave her spot to junior brother one this time. Who would have thought? Why would such an accident happen? Then what level does junior brother Lei's aptitude belong to? Little Jade asked curiously. Pei Qing's clear eyes shone with a hint of envy. In Green Smoke City, he's one of the best. Wow! Little Jade immediately covered her mouth and exclaimed. Junior brother Lei's aptitude is indeed enviable. Pei Hong's eyes shone as she said slowly, even in the entire Do spirit world, he's one of the best. According to Master, junior brother Lei's war god aptitude is tier 3 low, barely above average, and he has the potential to reach the Star Lord level. Tier 3 low? Little Jade was surprised and was about to ask. Suddenly, a burst of explosive sound rang out beside his ear, instantly interrupting his words. The three girls looked at the source of the sound in surprise, which turned out to be the training hall where Lin Feng was. They looked at each other and didn't know what was going on, but the sound of the door opening suddenly came. The heavy metal door was pushed open. Lin Feng's upper body was naked as he slowly walked out with a faint smile on his face. Looking at the surprised expressions of the three girls, Lin Feng smiled. Sorry to keep you waiting. After cultivating for a day and a night, he finally had a breakthrough. Although there was still a long way to go to perfect, compared to the confusion before, he had made a lot of progress. It was as if he had found the right direction in a foggy area. The right path. 9 Dragon Arena. The ground floor was so crowded that not even a drop of water could flow through. All the contestants of the elite martial arts competition had to complete the final identity verification process before 3 p.m. today. Fortunately, Brother Lin Feng, you arrived in time yesterday, Pei Qing said with a smile. If it was today, I wouldn't have a chance to participate. Lin Feng nodded with a smile. Indeed, he was lucky to have caught the last bus. It's right ahead. Pei Hong led the way. After all, she had participated in 2 competitions before. Is there anything I need to pay attention to? Lin Feng asked. It was his first time participating in such a large-scale competition. 688 sects and forces, 1,600 contestants, and every one of them was an elite of their sect. Indeed, just thinking about it made him excited. It's nothing. It's just a simple procedure to prevent imposters. Pei Hong said, her pretty face blushing. Then we don't need to worry, senior sister. Lin Feng chuckled. This, Pei Hong snorted. Pei Qing and Xiao Lu covered their mouths and chuckled. Lin Feng smiled. He didn't belong to any sect in the Douling world, so there wouldn't be any flaws in his identity. Lin Feng nodded his head and muttered a few times, remembering his new name. It wasn't hard to remember. It was only one word away from his original name, and the sound was very close. If one didn't listen carefully, there wouldn't be any difference. Just as he was reciting, Lin Feng was stunned. Looking at the dense crowd, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. It was a young man with 2 swords on his back. He was about the same height as Lin Feng, and he was emitting a sharp sword aura. His aura was extremely shocking. As if he felt Lin Feng's gaze, the young man turned around and looked into the distance with his blue eyes. His aura was aggressive, very strong. Lin Feng's brows furrowed slightly. The blue-eyed young man gave him a very dangerous feeling. He was like a ferocious tiger that was ready to strike. I underestimated this elite martial competition. Lin Feng thought to himself. He couldn't be careless. Although he was strong, this wasn't the Sky Martial Continent, but the Douling world. There were many crouching tigers and hidden dragons. There were many geniuses. Right in front of him was one of them. Brother Lin Feng, why aren't you leaving? Xiao Lu turned around and shouted. And I'm here. Lin Feng retracted his gaze and let out a long sigh. I wonder how many people with peerless natural talent like him will be encountered in this elite martial competition. Lin Feng's eyes were clear. His chest was moving up and down. He wasn't nervous or scared, but he was looking forward to it. He felt the pleasure of meeting his match. His fighting spirit was soaring. Maybe it will be interesting. Lin Feng smiled. What's wrong, senior? Beside the blue-eyed young man, a charming girl with short hair asked. Her neat bangs accentuated her peach-shaped face perfectly. She was like a beautiful flower that stood out from the rest of the grassland. Following the blue-eyed young man's gaze, the short-haired girl saw a group of people moving around. She couldn't help but frown. The blue-eyed young man smiled and shook his head. Nothing. The short-haired girl pulled the blue-eyed young man's hand and didn't ask further. She said cheerfully, Let's go faster, senior. We have to register quickly. Don't be too late. The blue-eyed young man was pulled forward and smiled helplessly. He really couldn't do anything to his junior. Senior, do you think we can win the first and second place? Maybe. The identity verification wasn't troublesome. The entire process was calm. Pei Qing and Xiao Lu were very nervous. Even Pei Hong's back was drenched in sweat. Only Lin Feng didn't have any emotional fluctuations. It was as if nothing had happened. After Pei Hong submitted Lin's information and verified that there were no mistakes, Lin Feng pressed his palm down and merged a trace of his aura into his identity token. The entire identity verification was completed. Huff, Xiao Lu exhaled deeply. You scared me to death. Pei Qing smiled and pressed her hand on her chest. My heart is still thumping. We've finally passed the most troublesome stage. Pei Hong also heaved a sigh of relief. She looked at the calm Lin Feng and felt inexplicably angry. Aren't you nervous? Nervous about what? Lin Feng asked in surprise. You. Pei Hong almost vomited blood. Lin Feng smiled indifferently. His eyes flickered as he looked ahead. It's so lively over there. Let's go take a look. After he finished speaking, he didn't wait for Pei Hong to react and instantly strode away. Pei Hong gnashed her teeth in anger. Big brother Lin Feng, this is the betting area. Pei Qing stood beside Lin Feng with a smile and introduced. Oh, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He had heard or mentioned this place before in the Reflection Pavilion. In the elite martial competition, other than the excitement of the martial arts competition, the most lively thing was the gambling. Here, countless martial artists were able to escape poverty and make a fortune overnight, and there were even more martial artists who lost all their savings. It was extremely exciting. To many martial artists who danced on the edge of a blade, this kind of excitement was what they pursued. They could even give up their lives, let alone worldly possessions. There, big brother Lin Feng. Those are the odds for every competition. Pei Qing pointed. Looking in the direction Pei Qing was pointing, Lin Feng quickly saw a huge light screen. There were more than 100 of them. On the light screen, the first round of matches had been completely announced, including the information of both parties and their past achievements. Everything was clearly displayed. Below the names of the two combatants, two red numbers were constantly changing. Those are the odds, Big Brother Lin Feng, Pei Qing explained softly. As the amount of bets changed, the odds would also change. Lin Feng responded softly. The odds at the top of the light screen in front of him were 569 to 166. It was obvious that the contestant on the left had a higher chance of winning. In just a few seconds, the odds changed again to 566 to 171. It was obvious that the bets were still being placed. Look, Big Brother Lin Feng. That's our odds. Pei Qing pointed not far away and smiled bitterly. Oh, Lin Feng replied softly. When he looked over, he was a little stunned. Did he see wrongly? There are still 2 more updates. Time is of the essence. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 435. 1001 100. 000. Looking at the red numbers in front of him, Lin Feng found it funny. 100? Can the odds be any more ridiculous? Lin Feng was speechless. I'm afraid not, Big Brother Lin Feng. Pei Qing spread out his hands. 100, 000 is already the highest odds. No matter how many people bet on Butcher, it's still 100. Pei Qing pointed at the screen. The number 100, 000 foot flashed again, but the numbers did not change. It reached the top. According to the data, isn't Lin Wen at the 6th level of the galaxy level? Is this his first time participating? Lin Feng pointed at the screen and asked curiously. He's only 1 level away from Butcher. It's not like the difference between heaven and earth. There's no reason for the odds to be so different, right? On the screen, the information of both sides was clear. It clearly showed Butcher's best record, top 200. Lin Wen, on the other hand, was a complete newcomer. Linda Good, you don't know. It's not that Butcher is too strong, but Pei Qing smiled bitterly. Color Jade Sect's reputation is out there, Pei Hong said in a deep voice. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. After 9 consecutive defeats and 688 sects, Color Jade Sect is at the bottom. Pei Hong's eyes were filled with regret. She shook her head. Master had high hopes for me, but I failed in the first round twice in a row. I disappointed her and shamed Color Jade Sect. Linda Gu, you don't know that Color Jade Sect has long become a joke in the elite martial competition. Pei Qing sighed. They even have a nickname. Before he finished speaking, a loud laughter came from afar. Lin Feng and the others immediately turned their heads. Ha ha! Isn't this the trash sect? There was a hint of disdain in the voice. The person who came had a long, horse-like face with ugly lumps on it. He wore a brocade robe and a pair of expensive boots. He looked quite noble. Behind him, there were nearly 10 followers following behind him. His aura was very strong. Trash sect? Lin Feng was startled and then suddenly understood. This was the nickname that Pei Qing had mentioned. He glanced at the 3 women, especially Pei Hong. Her pretty face was somewhat pale, and her eyes were filled with disgust. What did you say, Li Liang? Pei Hong took a step forward and said angrily. TSK, Pei Hong. Why is her temper still so fiery? With a teasing expression, Li Liang glanced at Pei Hong's bulging chest and pretended to exclaim, Ah, not only is her temper more explosive, but her figure is also more explosive. Pei Hong, you're getting more and more charming. Pei Hong was so angry that her entire face was flushed red. However, she forcefully suppressed her anger, and her trembling, delicate body was already on the verge of exploding. Pei Hong gnashed her teeth, wishing she could chop Li Liang into 1,000 pieces right in front of her. But hit me? Li Liang smiled as he bent down slightly. He turned his face to the side and pointed with his right hand. You'd better consider this carefully. If you attack here, your colored jade sect will lose the right to participate in the competition. Suddenly, he pretended to be startled and hastily stood up. I almost forgot that losing the right to participate in the competition is not important to you. Because Li Liang laughed loudly. You're the trash sect that lost in the first round 9 times in a row. Ha ha ha. He held his stomach and laughed loudly. Even the followers behind him also laughed loudly. At this moment, more and more people came to watch the show. All of them were pointing and laughing lightly from time to time. Under the gazes of everyone, Li Liang obviously wanted to make everyone in the colored jade sect lose face. Pei Hong's face was green and red, and her chest rose and fell continuously. Very hateful, very humiliating. But what could she do? Refute? What Li Liang said was the truth. The colored jade sect becoming a laughingstock was not something that happened in a day or two. And at this moment, where did this long-faced green monkey come from? A faint voice suddenly sounded, causing the noisy laughter in the surroundings to immediately stop. Everyone's gaze was cast towards Li Liang. They looked at his long horse face, which was covered in bumps, and his limbs were strangely long. If they looked carefully, he really looked very similar to the long-faced green monkey. Instantly, there was a roar of laughter. Lin Feng took a step forward indifferently. With a faint smile, he walked to one step in front of Pei Hong. His left foot slightly moved half a step. The movement was extremely small, as if it was done casually, but it coincidentally blocked Pei Hong behind him. Pei Hong looked at Lin Feng in front of her, and her heart was filled with mixed feelings. He actually stood up for her? Who did you just say? The veins on Li Liang's face popped out, and he shouted ferociously. I'm talking about whoever it is. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent, and he did not seem to care at all. Although he did not like to act in such a high-profile manner, if he did not stand up when he saw 3 girls being bullied in public, was he still a man? He was now representing the colored jade sect, Lin Wen. Boy, you have big guts. Do you know who I am? Li Liang's eyes were filled with anger, like an angry lion. It was the first time in his life that he was ridiculed in public, and he was even called a long-faced green monkey. What does it have to do with me who you are? Lin Feng sneered. You. Li Liang was so angry that his stomach was about to explode. He glanced at Pei Hong and the other 2, gritted his teeth, and nodded. You're the newcomer from the trash sect, Lin Wen? What can I do for you? Lin Feng said with a faint smile. Li Liang laughed coldly. The trash from the trash sect only knows how to talk. You're just a soft-footed shrimp in the arena. As he spoke, Li Liang laughed mockingly. Originally, I was sighing about how lucky I was to be able to meet the trash sect in the second round. Suddenly, I remembered that it's impossible for you to enter the second round. Shrugging his shoulders, Li Liang had a helpless look on his face. Behind him, his followers all laughed along. You're so confident? Lin Feng said with a smile. Let's make a bet. Oh, Li Liang was surprised. Pointing at the light screen above, Lin Feng said indifferently, each of us will bet on one side. How about that? Each of us will bet on one side? Li Liang suddenly laughed strangely. Lin Wen, you're counting your chickens before they hatch. You know you're going to lose, so you want to take the opportunity to earn some money? Huh, I'll bet on myself. Lin Feng looked calm. As soon as he finished speaking, the surroundings suddenly quieted down. Everyone looked at Lin Feng with a surprised expression. Pei Hong and the other 2's eyes sparkled. However, they saw that Lin Feng was extremely calm, confident, and without the slightest hesitation. Was he really confident, or was he pretending to be calm? Are you serious? Li Liang stopped smiling. Of course, Lin Feng said indifferently. If a martial artist doesn't have confidence in himself, why participate in the competition? It's better to just give up. His calm voice caused a heated discussion among the crowd. Everyone nodded in agreement. Indeed, if even he didn't believe he could win, why would he fight? Rather than make a fool of himself, it was better to give up decisively and save the last bit of face. Good, you've got guts. Li Liang raised the corner of his mouth and laughed wantonly. I accept your bet. How much do you have the ability to bet? Li Liang, we'll bet double. Li Liang's heroic spirit soared to the heavens. He raised his head proudly with a hint of insolence. Aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue? Lin Feng smiled slightly. Li Liang snorted disdainfully, patted his chest, and said arrogantly, My Li family has a lot of money. Even if you sell the entire trash sect, it's not even a drop in the bucket. With a hint of contempt in his eyes, Li Liang glanced at him and said lazily, Say, how much do you want to bet? 1 goose feather coin or 10 goose feather coins? After saying that, a light flashed in his hand and a small crystal round light spot suddenly appeared in his hand. He waved it in a show of force. Fighting spirit coin. Suddenly, the crowd was in an uproar. Many people's eyes were filled with envy. To be able to take out fighting spirit coins so easily, the Li family was indeed rich and powerful in Green Smoke City. Li Liang looked proud. What do you think of the trash sect? You haven't seen it before, right? Look carefully, this is not a goose feather coin. This is the real thing. Before he finished speaking, Li Liang's mouth was already agape, and he was completely stunned. A bright orange light appeared in front of him, carrying an abundant amount of heaven and earth energy and a strange fragrance that was pleasing to the eye. A faint smile appeared on Lin Feng's face. He held the bright fruit with the stem and looked straight at Li Liang. This is my bet, Lin Feng said slowly. Not only Li Liang, but also Pei Hong and the other two were completely stunned. They only knew that Lin Feng was rich and could afford to stay in the 7-star suite in Reflection Tower. They did not expect him to be rich to this extent. The fruit he took out so casually was actually a 3-star immortal fruit, Tangerine Ruteo. It was worth at least 100 fighting spirit coins, and it was priceless. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? 3-star immortal fruit, Tangerine Ruteo. This is the first time I've seen it in person. The surrounding people discussed animatedly, and all of them were extremely shocked. Li Liang's face was ashen. Just as Lin Feng said, the wind had cut his tongue. He had said too much just now, and now he could not back down. He could not even take out a bet of the same value as Lin Feng's, let alone double the amount. No matter how rich the Li family was, they could not throw away so much money and bet 100 fighting spirit coins. Li Liang's face turned red. He could not back down now, and he wished he could find a hole to hide in. Gritting his teeth, Li Liang's face was distorted. He pointed at Lin Feng and said hysterically, How can a small trash sect have a 3-star immortal fruit? This must be fake. Yes, it must be fake. The surrounding people discussed animatedly. Li Liang's words did make some sense. Whether it's real or fake, we will know once we test it, Lin Feng said calmly. It's real. A voice came from afar, and the surrounding people immediately opened up a path. Lin Feng looked over and saw a man and a woman walking over side by side. The man was handsome and proud, and the woman was like a fairy who had descended from the heavens. They were like a golden couple, and they were extremely compatible. It's him. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed. The person who had come was the blue-eyed young man whom he had fated to see just now. Wow, it really is Tangerine Ruteo. The short-haired girl's beautiful eyes glowed as she exclaimed in surprise. This gets fake. Li Liang curled his lips, still refusing to admit it. However, suddenly whoosh, a bright cold light appeared, and Li Liang felt a chill on his neck. The short-haired girl had already placed a dagger on his neck, and the cold light was sharp and murderous. So long-winded. Are you a man? The short-haired girl frowned and said coldly, One more chapter to be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 436. So fast. Lin Feng's eyes were burning and his heart tightened. The short-haired girl's speed was several times faster than Ding Hong's. Most importantly, this did not seem to be her full strength. So powerful. Lin Feng was slightly shocked. Not only the short-haired girl, but the blue-eyed young man standing next to her was even more dangerous. These two people, I wonder which sect they are from. Lin Feng thought to himself, and this was also the thought of all the people around. It happened so suddenly that no one expected the short-haired girl to suddenly attack. She was as fast as the wind and lightning, and she changed her attitude without any hesitation. Li Yang's face was red, and he could feel the coldness on his neck. As long as the short-haired girl exerted her strength, what awaited him would be, it would be death. Li Liang stammered and could not say a complete sentence. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead, and his ugly horse face was extremely ugly. His legs trembled inexplicably. He had never felt that death was so close to him. Qianqian, the blue-eyed young man said softly. Humph. The short-haired girl snorted and unwillingly moved the dagger away and put it back into the sheath. Everyone whispered to each other, and Li Liang's expression kept changing. He felt extremely humiliated, and he said in a stern voice, "You, which sect are you from? Get lost." The blue-eyed young man frowned and said. His voice was as loud as a bell, steady and low. The pair of blue eyes shone with a bright, demonic light, like the eyes of the Grim Reaper. Li Liang felt all the hair on his body stand up, and a chill came from the bottom of his heart. Everything around him twisted strangely, and he could no longer see anything. Only the pair of demonic blue eyes were left in front of him, which made him tremble from the bottom of his heart. It was too scary. Li Liang staggered and kept retreating with a frightened expression. Instantly, his right leg went soft, and he fell to the ground. He was in a daze, and the scene in front of him became clear. He regained his consciousness. Laughter came from the surroundings. Li Liang's face was red, and he crawled up with his hands and feet. However, he didn't dare to look at the blue-eyed young man and the short-haired girl at all. He said with a trembling voice, "Let's go, let's go." After he finished speaking, he didn't dare to stay for even half a second longer. He fled in a sorry state, like a drowning dog. Laughter boomed as the crowd began to whisper to each other. They were discussing the scene from just now, and from time to time, there would be sounds of laughter. Without a doubt, Li Liang had lost all face this time. "We meet again." The blue-eyed young man looked at Lin Feng and suddenly said something that stunned everyone. "Yes." Lin Feng smiled. It was just a brief glance, but he didn't expect the blue-eyed youth to remember him. Senior brother, do you know him?" The short-haired girl looked at the blue-eyed youth in surprise, and then curiously sized up Lin Feng. The blue-eyed youth didn't answer. He just smiled and stretched out his right hand. "My name is Ji Xia." Lin Feng stretched out his hand and shook it. He was quite used to his new name. "My name is Qin Qianqian." The short-haired girl couldn't wait to introduce herself. She was very lively. She looked at Lin Feng curiously and asked, "Linwen, how do you know my senior brother? Also, are you very powerful? Why do I feel that you're only a rank 7 galaxy level? Oh, by the way, sell me the tangerine ruah tau in your hand." I missed that sweet and sour feeling. A series of words came to Lin Feng like a tidal wave, making him burst into laughter. This Qin Qianqian, who seemed to be about the same age as his sister, was quite lively and familiar with people. Before he could react, a faint light appeared in front of him. Everyone around took a deep breath and looked shocked. Qin Qianqian actually took out a huge Douling coin. It wasn't a small round light spot, but it was as thick as a copper plate, as if countless Douling coins were gathered together. The Tangerine Ruah Tao's market price is about 130 Douling coins. Here's 150 Douling coins. I won't take advantage of you. Qin Qianqian's voice was clear like an aureole, but it made everyone stunned. She could take out so many Douling coins so easily. She was extremely rich. Okay, Lin Feng smiled faintly. He originally planned to sell this Tangerine Ruah Tao. It was an unexpected gain to sell more. The transaction was completed quickly. Qin Qianqian held the Tangerine Ruah Tao with a satisfied smile. On the other hand, Lin Feng had 150 Douling coins in his hand. The surrounding warriors were drooling. Even Pei Hong and the other two were staring at each other in shock. They had never seen so much money even in their dreams. Okay, Qianqian, let's go. The blue-eyed youth Ji Xia said faintly. Yes, senior brother. Qin Qianqian smiled. Lin Wen, we'll meet at the elite martial competition. Jixian nodded, his gaze deep. Okay. Lin Feng smiled faintly as he watched the golden boy and jade girl disappear. His eyes were still flickering with a clear luster. Green Smoke City was filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. The elite martial competition was much stronger and more mysterious than he had imagined. No wonder no one from Wind Valley entered the top 100 last year. Lin Feng thought to himself. The elite martial competition is getting more and more interesting. Lin Feng smiled, feeling a sense of anticipation. Being able to fight with such a powerful warrior made his heart beat faster. Both Qin Xianqian and Jixia were excellent opponents. So that's how it is. No wonder Li Liang's resentment is so strong. Lin Feng suddenly understood. On the way back, under the explanation of Little Lu's big mouth, he finally found out about the cause and effect. It turned out to be hatred because of love. No wonder. Why are you all looking at me? Pei Hong blushed and said angrily, do you have to force me to marry him? He's the one who's narrow-minded. Actually, it's not bad to marry him. Sister, the Li family has power and influence in Green Smoke City. Isn't it good? Pei Qing covered her mouth and chuckled, instantly making Pei Hong angry. Why don't you marry him? Stupid girl, you even dare to tease your sister. Pei Qing smiled and said, I want to, but he likes you, sister. Lin Feng smiled. Watching the two sisters flirting with each other, he felt warm. It felt like returning to his home. When he was young, didn't he also play with his younger siblings like this? However, now that he had grown up, he had to fight for his goal. I don't want this kind of person to like me. Pei Hong's face was completely red. She glanced at Lin Feng and couldn't help but think of the scene where he stood in front of her. She felt a warm current in her heart. This guy didn't seem to be so annoying. However, Lin Feng, were you stupid just now? Did you bet all 150 soul coins? Pei Hong couldn't help but ask. Thinking of the shocking scene just now, she couldn't calm down until now. In fact, everyone was shocked by Lin Feng at that time. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Lin Feng actually bet all 150 soul coins on himself to win. The original ridiculous odds had changed in an instant, leaving everyone dumbfounded. It was a huge reversal. Do you think I was joking with Li Liang? Lin Feng said indifferently. He had to fulfill his promise. At that time, he personally said that he would bet this orange or UO peach. Naturally, he wouldn't regret it. A mere 150 soul coins, what was it? This? Pei Hong suddenly remembered what Lin Feng said. But that Li Liang can't take out so much money. We don't have to fight like this. Pei Hong only fell a heartache. That was 150 soul coins. Just like that, it was placed in the betting area. At that time, everyone's eyes turned red. That scene was too crazy. Seeing the drastic change in the odds, the entire betting area was in an uproar. Every warrior was scrambling to bet on Tu Fu to win. The starting price was 150 soul coins. In other words, if the total amount of soul coins bet on Tu Fu to win did not exceed 150 soul coins, the odds were 1 to 2. They would definitely make a profit. After all, no one believed that a newcomer from Colored Jade Sect could win against Tu Fu. The name Trash Sect was not for nothing. Linda Gu, isn't a bit too risky this time? Pei Qing pursed her lips and said worriedly. It's okay. It's just 150 soul coins. The more you bet, the more you earn. Lin Feng's indifferent words made the three girls smile bitterly. What did he mean by just 150 soul coins? Lin Feng looked at Pei Hong and Su Qinliang. Also, I promise you that I will win the first round. Have you forgotten? Pei Hong had mixed feelings. Lin Feng's words were straight to her heart. At that time, she was the one who begged Lin Feng to win the first round. She didn't expect Lin Feng to remember it so clearly. Linda Gu, how confident are you? Xiao Lu's eyes were filled with longing. 100%. Lin Feng chuckled. At this moment, the reflection tower was already in front of him. In an instant, Lin Feng increased his speed and sped away. Wow! Xiao Lu exclaimed. Don't brag without a draft. Pei Hong sneered. Pei Qing smiled. The three girls followed closely behind Lin Feng, forming a unique scenery. Nine Dragon Arena. At this moment, it was already boiling and crazy. What had happened between Lin Feng and Li Liang had spread from one person to 10 and from 10 to 100. Have you heard? The Trash Sect and the Li family are at odds. Ha, who doesn't know? Lin One from the Trash Sect couldn't take it and bet the 150 Soul Spirit coins he earned from the entire Orange UO Peach on the betting area. It can't be. Is it true? Won't the odds be sky high? Of course it's true. Now, everyone is betting with all their might. When I went there just now, the odds were still 188, 32, 191. Oh my god, 132. The 150 Soul Spirit coins were like a bomb that exploded in the entire Nine Dragon Arena. Everyone went crazy. While they were mocking Lin One, they kept betting all their money on the butcher. The Trash Sect was famous. They had been in last place for 9 consecutive years and had never won a single round. This time, the participants were newcomers who had never appeared before. Who would believe that the Trash Sect would win? What a joke. Only a fool would pass up the chance to earn money. Only fools would be taken advantage of. The first round of 800 battles was originally an ordinary battle that wouldn't attract anyone's attention. Now, it was a complete sensation. But who was the real fools? Today's update of 3 chapters guaranteed. Here's the first chapter. To be continued. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 437. Reflection Tower, 2-star suite. Sister, have you heard? The Nine Dragon Arena is very lively today. The one who spoke was a pretty girl. She had an oval face and a beauty mark at the corner of her mouth. Little Ken, why didn't you cultivate properly and went out to play? Ding Qing frowned slightly. It's not like I can enter the top 100. Ding Ken had an indifferent expression and said softly, Sister, you don't know. There's an idiot from Trash Sect who's sulking with young Masterly. He actually bet 150 Soul Spirit coins on himself to win the first competition. What? Ding Qing's expression changed. Impossible. Where did Trash Sect get so much money? Ding Qing frowned. Dinkin shrugged. I heard that a spendthrift spent 150 Soul Spirit coins on that idiot's Orange Raw Peach. TSK, his luck is really good. 3-star Immortal Fruit Orange Raw Peach? Ding Qing muttered. Dinkin nodded and instantly beamed with joy. Sister, I also bet 50 Soul Spirit coins. Are you crazy? Little Can. Ding Qing's expression changed. Dinkin curled his lips. What's there to be afraid of? Anyway, that Trash Sect definitely won't win. Sister, you don't know. His opponent is the infamous Butcher. Everyone expects that Butcher will definitely enter the top 100. Moreover, that idiot is still a newcomer. How can he fight with the experienced Butcher? He'll definitely win. Ding Qing's gaze flickered slightly. Just as she was about to speak, suddenly, You're slacking off again. Little Kansas, a heavy, scolding voice sounded. The voice was extremely serious. Ding Qing and Ding Ken's expressions instantly changed. A white-haired old man sitting in a wheelchair instantly appeared. His eyes were cold. Grandfather, grandfather, why are you here? Ding Qing asked in surprise. I came with the sect master. The white-haired old man's eyes sparkled as he scolded. Little Can, you actually still have the mood to play. Among the 3 of us, you're the weakest. This time, your luck was good and you managed to get the last spot. You actually don't cherish it. I don't care if you embarrass yourself, but don't embarrass our Ding family. The white-haired old man's voice was like a bell. Although his legs were broken, his aura did not decrease. The great elder of Fengyang Valley, Ding Ding. Yes, grandfather. Ding bowed her head in response. No matter how willful she was, she did not dare to be impudent in front of her grandfather. Don't worry, Grandpa. I will supervise her. Ding Qing nodded gently. Ding Ding's face was solemn. Qing, are you too? Although you're weaker than Li Ming, you still have a chance. I've seen your match list. Your schedule is much better than Li Ming's. If you're lucky, you might make it to the top 100 and get the title of Elite Warrior. Yes, Grandpa. Ding Qing's eyes sparkled. Work hard and don't embarrass the Ding clan, Ding Ding said coldly, and his gaze was like lightning as he looked at Ding, Kansas, especially you. Yes, Grandpa. Ding curled his lips, not daring to utter a word. Senior brother, have you ever thought that Lin Feng might really be innocent? Wei Hai asked. Junior brother, do you mean that my judgment was wrong and Li Ming was lying? Ding Hong's expression was serious as he looked at Wei Hai. Wei Hai frowned deeply. No, I mean, isn't it too early to conclude the whole thing? Phew. Ding Hong exhaled deeply and said angrily, What should I say to you, junior brother? What's the relationship between you and Lin Feng? Why are you helping him like this? Your niece's whereabouts are unknown. She might have died in his hands. Fengyang Valley was humiliated because of him. You actually, alas. No, senior brother, Wei Hai said hastily. Sect Master is right. A thunderous roar rang out. Ding Ding was like an angry lion as he said furiously, This Lin Feng is lawless. He doesn't care about Fengyang Valley at all. If I wasn't in Fengyang Valley that day, he wouldn't have the chance to be so arrogant. Why are you here, Great Elder? Wei Hai said in surprise. If I didn't come, Fengyang Valley would be humiliated by you. Ding Ding rebuked angrily. I came to Green Smoke City this time to catch up with an old friend and investigate Lin Feng's background at the same time. If we don't get rid of this kid, Fengyang Valley will lose face. Great Elder, Wei Hai's expression changed. Cut the crap. Ding Ding shouted coldly. He looked at Ding Hong and said, Make the best use of the time to increase Li Ming's strength as much as possible. Yes, Great Elder. Ding Hong nodded. Although they were both in the reflection tower, Ding Ding naturally wouldn't know that Lin Feng was staying in a 7-star suite if Wei Hai didn't say anything. Those who could stay in 3 7-star suites were either rich or noble. The starting price was 1 soul coin per day for 10 days. This consumption was not something an ordinary warrior could afford. But Lin Feng didn't care. It didn't matter even if he only had 1 soul coin left, because after tomorrow, he would be able to earn a large sum of money. In the training hall, Lin Feng was sweating profusely. The nightmare demon spear in his hand seemed to have turned into a long whip. Pei Hong's vivid whip technique appeared in his mind. He felt as if he had experienced it himself. It was as if there was a blurry shadow dancing in his memory and turning into a set of spear techniques. It seemed hazy, but also seemed real. Lin Feng closed his eyes and immersed himself in the feeling of his body. He felt the spear essence of the second wooden sculpture. The compatibility is extremely high. Lin Feng's mouth curved slightly. The spear shadows in his hand gradually slowed down. Entangle, the essence of the spear essence. Although it's still far from perfect, it's much more compatible than Ding Hong's spear technique. Lin Feng nodded. His movements were gentle as he transformed the spear essence within. It was really inconceivable to merge the whip technique into the spear technique. But Lin Feng was brave enough to try. If I can really master it, my strength will definitely have a great breakthrough. Lin Feng thought to himself. He recalled the scene of the real battle with Pei Hong that day. Pei Hong's whip technique was extremely soft, and her whip essence was even better than his spear essence. It was only because she was a girl and lacked strength that she lost to him. In terms of intent, he was no match for her. Sci-Fi sect, trash sect, are they really that trash? Lin Feng smiled faintly and stopped thinking about it. For him, comprehending the second spear technique was much more important. The next day dawned. It was a sunny day. The weather was pleasant. Pei Hong and the other 2 girls were all excited and expectant. They were ready to go. Even Lei Dao had come out of seclusion early. He carried a broadsword that was taller than him and waited patiently. Today was a big day. It was the big day of the elite martial arts competition. Although the 3 girls were not the ones fighting, they were obviously more nervous than Lin Feng. Pei Hong was restless. She kept glancing at the training hall and pacing anxiously. She frowned and looked at the time. Wah! The heavy door was pushed open. Lin Feng walked out slowly with a faint smile. Lin Feng couldn't help but burst into laughter when he saw the group of people who were ready to go, especially the anxious expression on Pei Hong's face. Let's go. Lin Feng sheathed the nightmare demon spear and nodded lightly. Heroes gathered. The Nine-Dragon Arena was very lively. The large ground floor was packed so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Many of the martial artists who had already entered felt lucky. Lin Feng didn't need to squeeze with the others. The contestants had their own special entrance. Even Pei Hong and Pei Qing, who were from the same sect, had preferential treatment. They could enter with Lin Feng. After passing through the long passage, soon, everyone arrived at the 6th area. What a coincidence! It was also the 6th area last time, Pei Qing said with a faint smile. Pei Hong's face turned slightly red as she recalled the scene of her crushing defeat last year. Her gaze suddenly shifted to Lin Feng. She saw that he seemed to be completely fine as he sat on the chair in a carefree manner. It's your first time participating. Aren't you nervous? Pei Hong said angrily. Comparisons were odious. The first time she participated, she was restless. She felt that something was wrong. She couldn't use her strength at all and lost miserably. What are you nervous about? Lin Feng asked curiously. You. Pei Hong was speechless. Lin Feng smiled and looked around. This was the resting area for the contestants. There were already quite a few warriors here. Some were chatting and laughing. Some were nervous, as if they were sitting on pins and needles. Everyone had different reactions. Every one of them was under great pressure. They represented their sex, but they couldn't lose. Entering the top 100, the top 32, and the top 10. Every breakthrough was extremely beneficial to both the cultivator and the sect. If they wanted to survive in the fierce competition in Green Smoke City, they had to be better than others. At this moment, Pang Rant's domineering aura suddenly appeared in front of them. Lin Feng snorted and looked over. Pei Hong and the other two girls' expressions had changed. It was a brawny man more than 2 meters tall. His muscles were so thick that they looked like they were about to explode. His skin was dark, and his eyes were red. He looked like an angry bull. Behind him, many similar tall and sturdy men followed closely behind him. Their auras were astonishing. The Butcher of a Knife sect. What are you doing, Butcher? Pei Hong gritted her teeth and shouted. Nothing. The Butcher grinned. There was a hint of madness in his smile. He glanced at Pei Hong and Pei Qing and finally fixed his gaze on Lin Feng. He narrowed his eyes and walked forward. Pei Hong wanted to block him, but was pushed away by a huge force. She almost fell. You're Lin Wen. The Butcher looked down and sneered. Closing his eyes, Lin Feng crossed his arms in front of his chest, and a faint smile appeared on his face. I heard that you bet 150 soul coins on yourself to win. The Butcher's eyes were cold and piercing. Lin Feng was still as unmoved as a mountain. He ignored the Butcher. I'm talking to you. Did you hear me? The Butcher shouted angrily. His loud voice attracted the attention of all the cultivators in the resting area. Bang! A domineering aura suddenly spread out. In an instant clang, the huge blade was unsheathed, emitting a clanging sound, causing the surrounding people to cry out in alarm. Pei Hong and the other two girls were so frightened by the wild aura that their faces turned pale. However, Lin Feng was still like an old monk in meditation, not to mention moving the slightest bit. He did not even have the slightest expression. Damn it, coward! The Butcher spat with a look of disdain. I thought you were great. As expected, you're trash sect. Let's go. The Butcher waved his hand and left with the knife sect. Second update. I'll make up for yesterday's chapter as soon as possible. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 438. Look, he's Lin Wen, so he's a coward. He was scared by Butcher and didn't even dare to fart. The trash sect really lives up to its name. They specialize in producing trash. Haha. The people around him were all talking and pointing at him with smiles on their faces. Pei Hong and the other two girls were pale. Everyone's words were like sharp needles piercing into their ears and into their hearts. It was extremely uncomfortable. However, when they looked at Lin Feng, they were still expressionless, as if they were an outsider who was not affected in the slightest. Lin Feng, Pei Hong's face flushed red. She was about to step forward when Pei Qing grabbed her hand. Instantly, Pei Hong shut her mouth and no longer spoke. The Lin Feng in front of them was no longer Lin Feng, but their junior brother, Lin Wen. Ha! Lin Feng opened his eyes, which carried a sharp light. Various mocking voices continuously sounded in his ears. Lin Feng was calm. Looking at the three pale girls in front of him, he smiled indifferently. Why bother with this kind of gossip? His light voice was like a gentle breeze, causing the three girls to calm down. Pei Hong put her hands on her hips and said angrily, "How can I not care? You're now a member of our Tsayu sect. Him insulting you is equivalent to insulting the entire Tsayu sect." Lin Feng looked into the distance. At this time, Butcher's figure was gradually fading away. He came to provoke us on purpose. Pei Hong and the other two girls were stunned. Pei Qing suddenly understood. So that's how it is. Last year, sister couldn't take it and lost miserably. As soon as she finished speaking, Pei Hong's cheeks burned. I didn't. Everyone burst into an uproar and laughed lightly. The atmosphere eased up a lot. I'm afraid he's full of anger now, Lin Feng said lightly. The 150 soul coins made him suffer a lot of pressure, so he wanted to come here to vent. Linda Gu, you're so naughty. Pei Qing covered her mouth and laughed softly. That big guy probably can't maintain his calm state of mind right now. When the competition starts, it will definitely be difficult for him to display his full strength. This way, our chances of victory will be even greater. Her words contained joy, and even Pei Hong and little Jade's eyes lit up. Lin Feng smiled valiantly, looking calm and indifferent. In fact, he was too lazy to argue with him. Once the competition started, it would be clear who was stronger and who was weaker. Time passed by second. No matter if it was Area 6 or the entire Nine Dragon Arena, the participating martial artists had gradually arrived. No one wanted to end up being late to the annual event. Look, it's young Master Ju, last year's top 100. Wow, isn't that Chi Feng? He was one of the top 32 2 years ago. Hiss! A series of gasps could be heard. With the arrival of the empty-robed young man, the entire area number 6 fell silent. He had a thin face, spiky hair, and a pair of eagle eyes with a proud glow. His appearance immediately overshadowed the other martial artist's auras. Lin Feng glanced over curiously and immediately met that pair of sharp eagle eyes. He let out a soft "oh" in his heart. Another powerful martial artist who was a threat to him. Hu Pao, last year's semi-finalist. Unfortunately, he lost to God Bai. Pei Hong spoke softly with a hint of reverence in her eyes. His strength is even better than last year's runner-up, Tan Lang. However, he's a little less lucky. He's 29 years old. This competition is his last chance to obtain the Yinling Supreme Residence's identity token. Lin Feng looked at Pei Hong. Seeing that her voice was soft and her cheeks were slightly red, he immediately understood. In the Douling world, it was normal for powerful martial artists to be admired by women. At this moment, a series of curses sounded. Li Liang appeared with his followers. His face was dark. As he walked, he reprimanded his followers. With Li Liang's appearance, everyone was discussing in whispers. Their gazes would occasionally glance at Lin Feng. Yesterday's incident was too sensational. Now, both parties had appeared. How would they react to each other? Unexpectedly, Lin Feng and Li Liang acted as if they didn't know each other. They didn't even greet each other. In fact, Li Liang didn't dare to look at Lin Feng. The news of 150 Douling coins had already spread like wildfire. The big words he said that day were also spread. Double the bet. That was 300 Douling coins. Even if he sold himself, he wouldn't be able to afford it. Lin Feng's expression was still indifferent and calm. To him, Li Liang was just a clown. There should be another martial artist from the Windrise Valley in the 6th region, Lin Feng said with a slight smile. There were a total of 10 regions in the Nine Dragon Arena. There were 160 martial artists in each region. The competition would be carried out in an elimination format. 4 rounds of competition would be held 2 days ago to determine the top 100 contestants. According to the battle list, it was easy to know the contestants in each region. Whoosh! A faint light flashed. Everyone looked over and saw a young girl in a yellow dress walking over. She had an oval face and a beauty mole at the corner of her mouth. Accompanying her was an ordinary man with a square face. He looked honest and kind. Lin Feng's mouth curved slightly. Ding Can Wei Hai. So, this is the senior sister Ken that Xian mentioned. Lin Feng thought. As expected, you can't judge a book by its cover. She looks delicate and pretty, but has a vicious heart. Shaking his head, Lin Feng vaguely remembered why he met Xian for the first time. He was indeed instigated by Ding, Can, and entered the chaotic mountain range. If he didn't appear in time, Xian would have been torn to pieces by the witch clan. As if feeling Lin Feng's gaze, Dinkin turned her head and saw Lin Feng. She looked unfamiliar, but when she saw Pei Hong and the other two, her eyes instantly lit up. Martial Uncle Hai, look, this is the trash sect that I mentioned to you before. Ding Can's face was filled with pride. She pointed at Lin Feng without any fear. It's that idiot who bet 150 soul coins at the gambling place. Don't you think he's stupid? Oh, Wei Hai said softly and looked in the direction Ding Can was pointing at. In an instant, his expression was completely blank. Illusion. Wei Hai shook his head. The young man in front of him was extremely familiar. Wei Hai rubbed his eyes and widened them again. Bang! Wei Hai's head shook. Lin Feng, why would he appear here? A series of question marks appeared in Wei Hai's mind. It was as if thousands of threads were intertwined and tied into a dead knot. Lin. Wei Hai opened his mouth and wanted to greet him, but he realized that the person in front of him didn't seem to be that appropriate. Dinkin chuckled. Martial Uncle Hai, you know him too. He should be the newcomer of the trash sect, Lin Wen. Wei Hai muttered softly and glanced at Lin Feng again. No matter how he looked at it, it was the same person. Time slowly passed. Not long after all 160 contestants had arrived in area number 6, a series of events took place. Dang, dang, dang! The clear and loud sound of the bell rang out. The Nine Dragons arena erupted with deafening shouts and cheers. When the tens of millions of spectators erupted in unison, the sound could even shake the sky. The place was bustling with noise and excitement. In each area of the Nine Dragons arena, a huge light screen flashed with the information of both sides. There were 4 arenas in each area, forming a square shape. At this moment, Lin Feng felt his identity card vibrate lightly and flicker with light. He exclaimed softly and took out his identity card to look. He saw a bright 3 flashing, lively and lively. It's your turn, junior martial brother. Go quickly. Pei Hong shouted anxiously. Do your best, Linda Ge. Pei Qing said with a smile. You must win, Linda Ge. Little Jade clenched her small fists. Lin Feng smiled calmly and stood up. His right hand that was holding the identity card suddenly tightened. He looked at Pei Hong, who was trembling with nervousness. Lin Feng nodded lightly and said, Don't worry. I will definitely do what I promised you. After saying that, he strode forward. His voice wasn't loud, but it was sonorous and powerful. Looking at Lin Feng's departing figure, Pei Hong's eyes shone brightly. She didn't know why, but she felt a sense of confidence. He leaped into the air. After passing through the resting room, the deafening noise of the arena immediately appeared. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled as if he didn't see anything. In front of him were 4 huge arenas. They formed a square shape and were separated by a thin film of light on the periphery. There was a faint energy fluctuation. It should be because they are afraid that the energy will leak and affect the audience. They are quite considerate. Lin Feng nodded. At this moment, warriors had already appeared in each arena. Among them, in the arena numbered 3, the familiar huge figure was already standing there like a pillar supporting the heavens. Butcher. Chua. Passing through the light screen, Lin Feng entered it. The noise in his ears seemed to have been shut off, and he couldn't hear anything else. All the colors in the surroundings were covered, leaving only the arena and the film of light that flickered with a faint clear light. The arena provided the warriors with the most perfect battle environment possible. Slow down. Butcher glared with his bell-like eyes. Lin Feng smiled calmly and ignored him. Hey kid, are you deaf or mute? I'm talking to you. Can't you hear me? Butcher roared, his voice like thunder. It's hard not to hear such a loud voice, Lin Feng said softly. You! Butcher was instantly furious. The louder your voice, the more guilty you are. Lin Feng smiled indifferently. Are you nervous or afraid? What? Butcher's eyes were bloodshot. He was furious. At this moment, whoosh, a white figure appeared. The appearance of the white-clothed man in uniform immediately shut Butcher up. Retreat to your positions, the white-clothed man shouted. Lin Feng nodded. His body lightly jumped, as if he was floating with the wind, and landed in the fixed cylindrical circle of light at the edge of the arena. Since they were participating in the elite martial competition, they were very familiar with the rules. Pei Hong had already repeated the rules countless times along the way. Oomph. Butcher stared at Lin Feng, his eyes flashing with a fierce light. The rules are very simple. Defeat your opponent or knock them out of the arena. That's your victory. Don't overdo it. You're not allowed to kill your opponent when they have lost the ability to resist. Those who kill will be disqualified and punished. The white-clothed man looked at Lin Feng and Butcher and said seriously, Are there any problems? No. Lin Feng and Butcher answered. Okay, the competition will officially begin after the bell rings. The white-clothed man nodded. He was just asking the usual question. In an instant, the white-robed man took a step back and disappeared like a ghost. As he disappeared, a clear sound of a bell rang out. Dong! Lin Feng's eyes lit up. The battle had begun. To be continued. Xiao Xiao went to watch the pinnacle battle. Today is the third update. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 439. Kill him, Butcher. Chop off that little bastard's hand. I'm betting everything on you, Butcher. In the audience, everyone was shouting hysterically. Although there were 4 arenas in Area 6, more than 80% of the audience's attention was focused on this one. It was too eye-catching. The huge sum of 150 soul coins was enough to make people go crazy. Although the outside of the arena was extremely noisy and thunderous, the warriors inside the white light film could not hear a single sound. It was as if they had entered a silent space, and the only thing left was a battle that everyone was looking forward to. Lin Feng versus Butcher. Boom. Butcher's eyes were bloodshot, and he took the initiative to attack. His swift and fierce aura was like a giant demonic beast. He stomped hard on the ground and exploded with a terrifying power. At this moment, the giant saber on his back was suddenly unsheathed, with a trace of blood splashing. His killing intent was creeping, and it made people's hearts jump. As expected, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Butcher was indeed unable to take provocation. He was already carrying a huge amount of pressure and had nowhere to vent it. In addition, he was provoked by Lu Cheng just now, and his anger had already gone to his head. He went all out at the beginning of the match, and his strength was completely unleashed. His eyes were filled with hatred, as if he wanted to tear Lu Cheng into pieces. Good. Lin Feng's lips curled. However, his body did not move forward. Instead, he moved backward continuously. Instantly, the crowd in the audience seats mocked him endlessly. The trash sect is the trash sect. All of them are cowards. Running away before the battle, this Lin Wen is too weak. Is he going to admit defeat so quickly? Don't you know? This is called aura. Butcher's aura completely overwhelmed Lin Wen. That is a murderous aura that has been honed. How can a fledgling compare to it? The noise was endless. Those warriors who bet on Butcher were all laughing heartily. Seeing Lin Feng running away without a fight, they were in an extremely good mood. It was as if looking at the green smoke coins. More than half of the goose feather coins were already in their pockets. There was no suspense in the match. As for those warriors who were cautiously watching and did not bet, they sighed and shook their heads. However, he secretly blamed himself for being too careful and missing the opportunity. Lin Feng, what is he doing? Pei Hong's face turned red. Clenching her fists, she wished she could be the one fighting. A worried look flashed across little Jade's face. Only Pei Qing had a faint smile on his face. He was extremely confident in Lin Feng. As for Lei Dao, he stared at the battle without blinking. Whoosh, whoosh. The sound of something breaking through the air rang in his ears. One advanced and one retreated. Although the butcher was tall and big, his speed was not slow at all. Lin Feng, on the other hand, maintained a constant speed as he slowly retreated. At this moment, the light film behind him was getting closer and closer. It was close to the boundary of the Colosseum. Boom! A deafening roar rang out, like a cat catching a mouse. The butcher was completely enraged by Lin Feng. His blood-red eyes flashed with a fierce light. Pung! Fierce gang qi condensed, and the giant saber shone brightly. As he waved his hand, it brought about a strong gust of wind, and the strong sonic boom seemed to be deafening. Like an army of 1,000, the butcher's figure arrived in the blink of an eye. 3 arts of the democratic saber. The saber intent was frenzied. Under the butcher's full power, it was like rolling thunder. An unstoppable attack, with the strength of a level 7 galaxy level. Coupled with the explosive power, the butcher's attack was comparable to an ordinary galaxy-level attack. The pressure was shocking, and the strong saber intent was filled with a violent aura, sealing the surrounding space. Bang! The nightmare spear was finally unsheathed. Facing the butcher's violent attack, Lin Feng was not afraid at all. The stronger the saber intent, the more terrifying the power, the slower the speed. This was within Lin Feng's expectations. Blinded by anger, the butcher's attack had too many flaws. Wah! With a slight dodge, Lin Feng dodged the violent gust of wind without any difficulty. No matter how shocking the butcher's aura was, his strength level was the same as Lin Feng's. They were both level 7 galaxy level. Being big didn't mean that his body was strong. In terms of body, Lin Feng, who was a dual cultivator, how could he be weaker than the butcher? Especially after activating the heroic soul, Lin Feng's speed was comparable to a galaxy level. Want to escape? No way. The butcher's eyes were like lightning, and the huge saber that fell from high above sliced horizontally. The intense cold light attacked Lin Feng's waist. The speed at which he changed his moves was shocking. It was as if it was a complete set of movements. At this moment, Lin Feng's mouth curved into a strange arc. On his right knee, a purplish-black light flashed, and thousands of small holes absorbed energy, bursting with a shocking aura. Wind vortex. Although the heroic soul had not fully recovered, the wind escape could not be used for the time being. But the wind vortex, with the amazing recovery power of the phoenix blood, had already recovered to its normal state. Wah! Lin Feng's figure actually spun strangely, turning the impossible into possible. It was like a speeding arrow that had inexplicably made a turn in the middle of the road. The butcher's expression was shocked, but the huge saber that he swung out could not be retracted, and the force was completely released. But the force was too strong, and 100% of the force was released, like a bucket of water being poured out. It could not be retracted. Now, Lin Feng's eyes brightened. Like a bolt of lightning, the nightmare demon's spear shone brightly, and Lin Feng's right hand attacked with all his might. Cold wind, rise! Lin Feng shouted, and his spear was fast and fierce, bringing along a cold wind. The momentum was completely released. The spear intent was firm, and even if it was the most basic wind spear art, it could display enough power. More importantly, the speed of the wind spear art, extremely fast. Want to plot against me? Stop dreaming. The butcher's eyes were fierce, and his reaction was fast. With a backhand slash, the huge saber seemed to be weightless under his control. Although his reaction was fast, Lin Feng's timing was perfect, and he caught the moment before the butcher's old force was used up and new force was generated. The momentum of the cold wind was completely released, and Lin Feng's strength instantly exploded. Break! The nightmare demon spear brought about a vivid red light, and in an instant, it collided with the butcher's huge saber. Boom! The shocking sound of the collision made the hearts of all the spectators rise. They opened their eyes wide, as if they were suffocating. No, how is this possible? The moment the huge saber and the long spear collided, the butcher's expression changed. He could feel a crazy power surging out from his wrist. That force, together with the momentum, completely suppressed him. His chest felt suffocated, and he groaned. The butcher and Lin Feng both felt a strong reaction force and flew backwards. It seemed like no one had much of an advantage, but Lin Feng flew towards the inside of the arena, and the butcher flew towards the outside. In the air, it was hard to control his body. Rip! With a shocking cracking sound, the light membrane was forcibly torn apart. The butcher's face was pale. Although he tried his best to stop his body, the shocking force and momentum could not be completely neutralized until he rushed out of the light membrane. Only then did the powerful reaction force slowly weaken. But he had already lost. Wah! The entire audience was in an uproar. Everyone had an extremely shocked expression, and their mouths were wide open. No one could have imagined that this battle would end like this. The butcher, who had the advantage with his fierce attacks, was actually defeated in an inexplicable way out of the boundary. This loss was too cowardly. How could this be? The butcher's face was ferocious, and the bloody light in his eyes was dense. Floating in the air, the butcher looked at Lin Feng, who was calmly standing in the middle of the arena. His entire body trembled, and he was furious. He was not even injured, and he lost in such a sullen way. This was too laughable. Lin won. The butcher roared like an enraged lion. The aura of the giant saber in his hand was awe-inspiring, full of a ruthless aura. The butcher stepped into the air, madly wanting to charge towards the arena. But a white figure flashed in front of him, blocking his path. The match is over. The white-clothed man's voice was as calm as a lake. He extended his right hand to block the butcher. The butcher clenched his teeth, extremely unwilling to accept his loss. But after all, he had participated in the elite martial competition many times, and he understood the rules. The seemingly ordinary white-clothed man in front of him was, in fact, a true powerhouse of the Liu and Fang clans, a star sea-level existence. If he provoked them, he would have to bear the consequences. Color Jade Sect, Lin Wen wins. The white-clothed man shouted. His voice was like a clear spring, entering everyone's ears, and it made everyone immediately recover from their shocked state. But in an instant, they started cursing. What kind of bullshit match is this? Lin Wen used a trick. We request a rematch. Fuck, how can this be considered a win? Too shameless. The entire audience was cursing, and the martial artists who had bet on the butcher were about to go crazy. Seeing the butcher inexplicably lose, this feeling was too unbearable. They, too, were extremely unwilling to accept their loss. But, fact for facts, and they could not be changed. This Lin Wen's luck is too good, isn't it? She can win like this? The corner of Li Liang's mouth twitched, and his eyes were filled with shock. Although he was cursing, since ancient times, success or failure determined a hero, so he had nothing to say. Instead, he secretly felt lucky that he did not puff himself up at his own cost and bet with Lin Wen. Otherwise, he would have lost so much that he did not even have underwear left. Suddenly, Li Liang's expression changed. Thinking of the 150 battle spirit coins Lin Wen had bet at the betting area, and the astonishing odds. Oh my, how much money will Lin Wen win this time? Thinking of that number, Li Liang's expression completely changed, and he was stunned on the spot. That big guy is really useless. Dakin was flustered and exasperated. He made this lady lose 50 wild spirit coins. I'm so angry. She kicked the stool away and pouted. She was so angry that smoke was coming out of her 7 orifices, and her chest was heaving up and down. That idiot from the Color Jade Sect, is really lucky. Dinkin looked at Wei Hai and curled her lips. Right, Martial Uncle Hai? Maybe. Wei Hai replied with a wry smile. Others did not know, but he was very clear about Lin Feng's strength in the battle just now. Only those with discerning eyes could see that Lin Feng did not use any strength at all. To be continued. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 440. In the resting area. Great, great. Pei Hong hugged Pei Qing tightly, and 2 lines of tears flowed down her cheeks. They were not tears of sadness, but tears of joy. Too happy. We won, didn't we, little sister? Pei Hong kept asking questions like a child, smiling foolishly. Yes, sister, we finally won. Saiyu sect will not be disqualified from the competition. Pei Qing showed a pure smile and was extremely happy. No matter what, the big stone in her heart was finally lifted. Little Jade and Lei Dao, the 2 little guys, high-fived and celebrated. The atmosphere was jubilant. There was no more burden on their shoulders. For 9 consecutive rounds of last place, there was a heavy chain in the hearts of everyone in Colored Jade sect. Now they were all unlocked, and this was all thanks to one person. Why? Lin Feng's figure appeared instantly. I've done what I promised you, senior sister. Striding over, Lin Feng smiled gently. His smile was very valiant. Pei Hong wiped the tears of excitement on her face and looked at Lin Feng with her beautiful eyes. She pursed her lips tightly, and all the memories of the past disappeared like smoke. At this moment, there was only gratitude for Lin Feng in her heart. Thank you, Lin Feng. Great, Lindiga, you're so powerful. Little Jade shouted, unable to contain her joy. Great, Lindiga. Pei Qing gave a thumbs up. Lei Dao looked at Lin Feng with his sparkling eyes, looking at Lin Feng with respect. It's just luck, Lin Feng said modestly. Lin Feng glanced not far away and saw a butcher walking towards him with an angry face. He shook his head helplessly. This big guy seemed to be very unwilling. Lin Wen, Butcher roared. Lin Feng said indifferently. You coward! How dare you play dirty? Butcher's eyes were blood red, and his veins were exposed. Victory and defeat are common in war. Come again next year. Lin Feng replied indifferently. Although the butcher in front of him was almost twice his size, a martial artist's strength was never measured by their size. In terms of physique, each of those shamans was at least 3 meters tall. How could the butcher compare to them? Butcher gritted his teeth and said angrily, This one doesn't count. If you have the guts, let's fight again. Lin Feng laughed involuntarily and shook his head. He looked at Pei Hong and the others and nodded. Let's go. After he finished speaking, he ignored the furious butcher and turned around to leave. Lin Wen, you coward! Butcher cursed loudly, his face filled with anger. Ha! Stopping, Lin Feng slowly turned his head and stared at the butcher. His eyes were filled with a murderous aura. In an instant, it enveloped the surrounding atmosphere. Butcher felt his vision blur and his body tremble inexplicably. His heartbeat quickened. The Lin Wen in front of him seemed to have suddenly become a different person. Let me tell you, even if we fight another 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times, you won't win. As Lin Feng's voice slowly fell into his ears, Butcher felt a wave of shock in his heart. Looking at Lin Feng's gradually fading figure, he felt an inexplicable sense of fear. He was a little dazed. He's right. A steady voice sounded in his ears. The butcher turned his head in surprise, only to see a pair of burning eagle eyes flickering. It was the Hu Pao, last year's elite martial competition's top 4. Hu Pao. Butcher's expression changed. He was extremely shocked. This Lin Wen is much stronger than you think, Hu Pao said coldly. You'll know when you continue watching. After saying that, Hu Pao gently patted Butcher's shoulder and turned around to step out of the lounge. His match had begun. After leaving the lounge, Lin Feng and the others directly left through the contestants' passage. Is there something on my face? Lin Feng looked at Pei Hong and asked curiously. From the moment they came out until now, Pei Hong had been staring at him with her eyes wide open, making him feel uncomfortable. Pei Hong blushed and snorted softly. I just wanted to see, how can your luck be so good? Even in such a passive situation, you still won against Butcher. Is that so? Lin Feng suddenly smiled. That's right. Pei Hong curled her lips and said, You're so lucky. No wonder Butcher was so angry. No one would be willing to accept it. You're wrong, sister. Pei Qing smiled and said, Since the lounge, Linda Ge has been scheming against Butcher, making him lose his patience and calm. Warriors are also human. Once anger gets to their heads, they will make mistakes. At that time, their judgment will be greatly reduced, just like seeing your sister Hong last year. Xiaolu mischievously added. Pei Hong's face instantly turned red. What are you saying, little girl? Isn't that right, Linda Ge? Pei Qing looked at Lin Feng with a smile. Perhaps. Lin Feng smiled faintly. With his own strength, he might not be confident of defeating Ji Xia and Qin Qianqian, whom he had met yesterday. However, against a mere butcher, it would be as easy as blowing off dust. It was just that there was no need to do so now. Hey, Linda Ge, are we going back to Reflection Tower? Xiaolu asked in surprise. Of course we're going back. There's still a long time before the afternoon competition, Lin Feng replied. Although there were only a few hours, he could seize the time to practice his spear techniques. Cultivation was a process of accumulation. Where are we going now? Pei Hong asked curiously. Looking at the puzzled girls, Lin Feng smiled and said, Did you all forget that I bet 150 soul spirit coins at the betting booth? The three girls covered their small mouths in shock, their eyes wide open. If Lin Feng had not mentioned it, they would have completely forgotten about it. How much is that? Pei Hong swallowed her saliva with a gulp sound. She was a little stunned. Wow, Linda Ge, you've earned a lot this time, Pei Qing said in surprise. Just 150 soul spirit coins was already beyond their imagination. If it was increased, who knew how much it would reach? Xiaolu's eyes were sparkling. She was completely excited. 1, 411, 2, 670. Looking at the shocking odds, Pei Hong and the others were completely stunned. After a day of betting, Lin Feng's 150 soul spirit coins had long been surpassed by the warriors who had bet on Butcher. At the end of the betting period, the odds on Lin Feng's victory had reached a shocking value of 1, 2, 67. 1, 2 is 300 soul spirit coins. 1, 2, 67 is... Xiaolu's eyes were shining brightly as she counted with her fingers. It's 400. 5 soul spirit coins. Pei Qing was in disbelief. Pei Hong was completely dumbfounded. She was so stunned that she could not say a word. The surrounding people were already in an uproar. They were shocked by the shocking bet. That was a total of 400 soul spirit coins. In Green Smoke City, it was already considered a rich person. The total assets of many large sects would not be this amount. I recognize him. He's that Lin one. Damn, this kid is really lucky. He earned 250 soul spirit coins just like that. Unlucky, that kid's luck is too good. Butcher originally had the advantage, but in the end, he inexplicably went out of bounds. Damn, I lost miserably because of him. Everyone was in a heated discussion. Their voices were mixed with jealousy and hatred. In an instant, Lin Feng became the target of public criticism. Everyone in Colored Jade sect felt the burning gazes around them. However, Lin Feng turned a blind eye to it. His indifferent smile was still calm. Looking at the light screen, at this time, many matches in Area 6 had ended. His opponent for the next round had been announced. It's really him, Li Liang. Lin Feng smiled indifferently. Enemies were bound to meet. Moreover, this Li Liang did have some skills. The eldest son of the Li family, a peak galaxy-level powerhouse, had entered the top 100 last year. This year, he was going straight for the top 32. He did have the qualifications to be arrogant. However, I'm afraid you'll have to stop in the second round this year. Lin Feng's eyes were clear. For him, not to mention using his full strength, just the strength of the war god was enough to defeat all the galaxy-level powerhouses. Peak galaxy level? He could even kill the sorcerer race. Warrior Lin 1, you'll get a total of 400. 5 soul spirit coins. The staff at the gambling area was sweating profusely. It was unknown whether they were nervous or afraid. The amount is a bit big. Please give us some time to prepare. In about no need. Lin Feng shook his head. Everyone was stunned. Pei Hong and the other 2 girls were also surprised. Help me bet all 400 soul spirit coins on the second round. Lin Feng did not care about the other people's shocked expressions. He pointed at himself and said, Lin Wen wins. The crowd gasped. They looked at Lin Feng with amazement. They had seen people who gambled hard, but they had never seen someone who gambled so hard. The bet of 400 soul spirit coins was too crazy. The remaining 5 Do Ling coin will be your reward. Lin Feng chuckled. He did not care about the stunned warriors around him. He looked back at Pei Hong and the others and nodded. Let's go. Oh, okay. Pei Hong and the others immediately reacted and followed. In the blink of an eye, they were gone, leaving behind a group of martial artists staring at each other in dismay. The only one who was inexplicably excited was the staff. He was so excited that his whole body was trembling. To Lin Feng, perhaps 400 soul spirit coins was just an illusion. It was just a game. However, to him, 5 soul spirit coins were worth thousands of gold. There was no such thing as an airtight wall in the world. Soon, this even more sensational bet was spread. Li Liang, who had just won the competition easily, heard the news. His face immediately darkened, and he was trembling with anger. He was completely looked down upon. Lin Feng did not hesitate at all. He directly bet 400 soul spirit coins on himself to win. It was as if he was slapped in the face in front of him. He was so unscrupulous. Li Tong, Li Liang shouted angrily. Young master, what are your orders? A short warrior behind him replied. Sell all of my money, including some useless things. Li Liang clenched his teeth. Young master, you. Li Tong said. Don't talk nonsense. Li Liang said coldly. Then bet all your money on me to win this round. Yes, young master. Li Tong cupped his hands and left. Bang! Li Liang's veins were exposed. He directly crushed the cup in his right hand. With a hint of madness and passion in his eyes, Li Liang's anger was completely provoked by Lin Feng. He wanted to have a good bet with Lin Feng. I want to see how much weight you have. How dare you provoke me like this? Don't think that I'm like that stupid donkey Tu Fu Lin won. In the competition in the afternoon, I'll let you. I'll always remember. Second update. My head hurts. I can't make up for it. Brothers, please forgive me. Xiao Xiao is trying her best at. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 441. Lin Feng, are you crazy? Pei Hong's eyes widened as she said in a trembling voice. It was not easy to say outside, but once they returned to the reflection tower, Pei Hong's impatient temper completely exploded. Lin Feng smiled lightly. That's 400 soul spirit coins. Pei Hong's face flushed red. Even though the emperor was not worried, the eunuch was. Seeing Pei Hong so anxious, Lin Feng's heart instantly warmed. Pei Hong was indeed kind, but her personality was too carefree and not good at expressing herself. Just like now, she was clearly worried about him, but her tone sounded like she was questioning him. She was too straightforward and said whatever was on her mind. What's there to be afraid of? We'll win it back anyway, Lin Feng said with a smile. His words shut Pei Hong's mouth, leaving her speechless. Pei Hong said angrily, Lin Feng, you think you'll be so lucky every time? Li Liang is not like Tu Fu. He entered the top 100 last time. Don't look at him like that. He's much stronger than Tu Fu. So? Lin Feng's expression was still calm. You. Pei Hong pointed at Lin Feng, her face red. Pei Qing suddenly smiled and said, Linda Ge, sister is worried about you. Who cares about him? Pei Hong's face was red as she said, I'm just worried that the 400 soul spirit coins will be wasted. It's not your money, senior sister Hong. Why are you so nervous? Xiaolu muttered softly. Little girl, what did you say? Pei Hong gritted her teeth. Lin Feng smiled faintly, understanding in his heart. However, to him, a mere 400 soul spirit coins was indeed nothing. So what if he won? So what if he lost? Don't you and me. Lin Feng's eyes brightened. He grabbed Pei Hong's wrist and walked towards the practice hall. Instead of being entangled in such meaningless matters, why don't you practice spear with me while you still have time? You wanted to win too, right? When the time comes, the 400 soul spirit coins might be doubled. In your dreams, Pei Hong's wrist was grabbed, and she immediately felt powerless. Don't misunderstand. I'm just worried that you'll embarrass that Saiyu sect. I know, Lin Feng replied with a smile. 9 Dragons Arena. The first round of the competition was still going on, but the betting area had already exploded. Lin Wen's odds for Li Liang remained high. Everyone stared at the astonishing odds. They wanted to bet, but were a little hesitant. After all, Lin Wen had just become a dark horse that was neither too big nor too small. Now it was another 400 Do Ling coins. What an enormous sum! As the crowd watched, the odds dropped to 1. 001, 100, 000. Suddenly, the numbers on the big screen changed rapidly. The odds dropped drastically. Those betting on Li Liang's victory went from 100 to 190, and then to 180. The odds dropped rapidly. A huge amount of money was placed on Li Liang. In an instant, it was as if a fire had landed on the entire oil layer, completely igniting it. All the hesitation and observation were thrown away at this moment. The eyes of the gamblers were already bloodshot. They had just lost such a miserable round. No matter what, they had to turn it around. What are you afraid of? Lin Wen was just lucky to win against Butcher. That's right. You didn't see that match. Butcher had been holding the advantage, but he accidentally stepped out of bounds in the end. Unlucky. Young Master Li is different. He was in the top 100 last year. He's much stronger than Butcher. That's right. He's at the peak of the Star River level. On paper, Li Liang completely crushed Lin Wen. Everyone discussed animatedly, and all of them condemned Lin Wen in speech and in writing. After all, Lin Wen had gotten a huge dark horse in the last round. He had offended too many people. For a moment, the crowd was united against a common enemy. The limelight was completely on Li Liang's side. In an instant, the situation collapsed and became one-sided. Bets quickly appeared. After the first round between Lin Wen and Butcher, the second round was once again ignited. No one knew that the instigator of this was Li Liang himself. In the training hall, Pei Hong was completely stunned. Holding the long whip in her hand, Pei Hong was trembling in disbelief. She looked at Lin Feng as if she was looking at a monster. What do you think of this spear technique? Lin Feng frowned. Is there anything missing? In this battle, Pei Hong could no longer gain the upper hand. How is this possible? Pei Hong's expression changed. In just a day's time, Lin Feng's spear technique had completely transformed. This tough and straight spear was actually able to unleash an extremely strong force of flexibility and entanglement, completely blocking her whip technique. It was simply unbelievable. Most importantly, why is this spear technique so similar to my whip technique? Pei Hong's eyes widened as she looked at Lin Feng. Could it be? Lin Feng suddenly smiled. Yes, this spear technique evolved from your whip technique. Lin Feng nodded. He didn't want to hide anything from Pei Hong. Although I can bring out the gentleness of coil, compared to your whip technique, it's still lacking in elegance and lightness. Most importantly, there's still the killer move. Pei Hong was completely stunned at this time. Her chest kept rising and falling as if she was suffocating. Lin Feng's actions were far beyond her imagination. Evolving the whip technique into a spear technique? It was too unimaginable. But, however, the truth was right in front of her eyes. Lin Feng's spear technique was not only similar in appearance, but also in spirit. The spear intent contained in the spear technique was almost the same as her whip intent. If her whip intent was 100%, then the spear intent that Lin Feng displayed was 60%. How did you do it? Pei Hong's voice was slightly trembling as her eyes were filled with shock. Just like this. Lin Feng's lips curved slightly as the nightmare demon spear pierced through the clouds and pierced toward Pei Hong's whip. In an instant, Pei Hong reflexively retreated. The whip in her hand was like a venomous snake that had an extremely strong entanglement. Again, Lin Feng's eyes brightened. Perhaps after a few more battles, I will be able to fully comprehend it. Lin Feng's fighting spirit was boiling. Biting her lips, Pei Hong's heart raced. Her evaluation of Lin Feng had completely changed. This kind of comprehension talent, too abnormal. Good. Pei Hong's eyes darkened as the whip in her hand rose. Accompanied by a delicate shout, fiery red aura energy immediately condensed around the whip, forming a small eye of a storm. The surrounding air was immediately compressed, and Lin Feng's eyes shone brightly. She was waiting for this move. I want to see if you can really learn it all. Pei Hong gritted her teeth and thought. In an instant, the whip in her hand danced. Light and shadow overlapped. The fiery red aura instantly boiled. The first round of the competition finally came to an end. A total of 800 battles were held in the 10 districts, and each district had 4 arenas, and all of them had ended. Some people were happy while others were sad. Battles were either won or lost. There weren't any major upsets in the first round. Aside from the battle between Lin Wan and Butcher, which caused everyone's jaws to drop, everything else was ordinary. Last year's top 100 contestants did not kill each other in the first round due to the competition schedule. All of them advanced easily. And this was just the appetizer. The real excitement would only begin in the second round. The battles between the top 100 contestants and the battles between the winners were enough to make people's blood boil. After a short lunch break, the victorious contestants immediately entered their respective districts. In fact, most of the contestants did not even leave the resting area. Have you completed the task I asked you to do? Li Liang's face was ashen. Reporting to young master, I did not disappoint you. Li Tong cupped his hands and said, a total of 55 spirit coins have been bet. As of now, young master's odds are slightly lower than Lin Feng's. If young master can win this match, young master will receive a total of 100 spirit coins. Very good. Li Liang clenched his right fist. His eyes flashed with a fierce light. But young master, if you lose, Li Tong said hesitantly. Suddenly slap, a loud slap. Li Liang was like a vicious leopard. He was furious and said, what nonsense are you talking about? How can I lose to that kid? Yes, I'm sorry, young master. Li Tong was so scared that his face turned pale. He bowed his head and apologized. Get lost. Li Liang's face was full of disdain. Li Tong bit his lips. He did not dare to say anything and retreated. Lin Wan, I will lose to him. Li Liang snorted disdainfully. The battle between Lin Feng and Tu Fu appeared in his mind. He sneered and said, do you think I'm a brainless trash like Tu Fu, Lin Wan? You want to use the bet to pressure me? You are too naive. This time, I'll make you suffer a double loss. You are dead. Li Liang gritted his teeth. His face was ferocious. Hurry up. Pei Hong said anxiously. What's the hurry? There is still 15 minutes before it starts. Lin Feng smiled faintly. The people of Caifei sect were rushing. There was not much time left before the afternoon competition started. It's all your fault. There was no end to the practice. If Qing did not come in to call us, we would be finished. Pei Hong thought that she was lucky. If she missed the competition and lost without a fight, she would have lost too unjustly. Lin Feng smiled embarrassedly. Indeed, he was completely immersed in the comprehension of the spear art and forgot about the time. We can make it, sister. Pei Qing smiled faintly. It better be. Oomph. Pei Hong snorted. Area 6 lounge. This Lin Wan is really slow. Seeing that the competition time was almost up, Li Liang could not help but frown. There is still 15 minutes left. Li Liang looked at the time. His gaze was deep as he exhaled. Damn, this kid is too good at scheming. He did it to Tu Fu, and now he is doing it to me. Does he think I will fall for it? I won't. Li Liang closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing. Time passed by minute, until the competition was about to start. Hua. A bright light appeared. Li Liang suddenly opened his eyes. What he saw in front of him was indeed the people of the Sci-Fei sect. Lin Wen's calm and indifferent face looked extremely hateful. I knew it. Li Liang gritted his teeth and looked at Lin Feng. He shouted angrily, Lin Wen, don't you dare try to influence my mind. Let me tell you, this time your plan has failed. Lin Feng was startled. He looked at Li Liang, not knowing what he was talking about. How did he offend him? At this time, Lin Feng did not have time to think too much, because in his chest, his identity card was vibrating gently and shining. Li Liang took out his identity card and flew out of the lounge with a ferocious expression. Lin Feng smiled faintly and followed him. The second battle began. To be continued. I'm going all out. I hope everything goes smoothly today. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 442. Beat that bastard. Li Liang. Finish him in 1 minute. Make him spit out all the money he earned. The spectator seats were filled with people, and more than 80% of the people had their eyes fixed on Lin Wen. Although he was a nobody, a newcomer, Lin Feng's fame was even greater than Li Liang's. Because of that crazy bet, he became famous in a day. Did you hear it when you came in? Li Liang looked at Lin Feng, who had just landed, with surprise in his eyes. Hear what? Lin Feng smiled. Everyone in the audience was shouting that you lost. They were betting on how long it would take for me to defeat you. Li Liang sneered, his eyes sparkling. Weren't they like that in the first round? Lin Feng said with a carefree smile. His eyes did not avoid Li Liang's gaze. In that instant, a sharp light flashed in his eyes, like a sharp bolt of lightning. Li Liang's heart shook. The Lin Feng in front of him was like a different person. He was extremely shocked. With a faint smile, Lin Feng turned to look at the light film and said, in less than 30 seconds, I will make them all shut up. Li Liang was stunned, and his expression changed. Lin Wenyu. Li Liang gritted his teeth. Just as he was about to explode, a white figure appeared in front of him. Hua! A white-clothed man in uniform appeared like a ghost. Retreat to your positions. The white-clothed man yelled. Li Liang had no choice but to swallow his unfinished words. He threw a glare at Lin Feng and walked back unwillingly. Clenching his right fist, Li Liang's eyes flashed fiercely. 30 seconds? Lin Wen, you really have guts. I want to see how you're going to deal with this after 30 seconds. Trash Sack's coward wants to win against me? Keep dreaming. Li Liang's anger flared. In the resting area, since he met Li Liang, that idiot from Trash Sack has reached his end. Dinkin sneered. The match hasn't even started yet. It's too early to make a conclusion. Wei Hai shook his head. Oh, could it be that Marshal Uncle Hai thinks that the fool can still win? Dinkin asked curiously. I don't know either, Wei Hai said. Indeed, he himself did not know whether he hoped that Lin Feng would win or that Lin Feng would lose. The two emotions intertwined, and his heart was in chaos. I also hope that this fool still has such good luck. Dinkin covered his mouth and laughed. If I meet Li Liang in the next round, I have no chance of winning at all. Wei Hai sighed lightly and hesitated to speak. Should he tell her that she would die even more miserably if she met Lin Feng? Let nature take its course. Let's wait and see. Wei Hai's eyes burned as he nodded thoughtfully. After going back and thinking about it carefully, he could understand why Lin Feng was participating in the competition. Entering the top 32 and choosing the Soul Attraction Technique reward was extremely important to Lin Feng. It seems that I have created a huge problem for Rising Wind Valley because of me. Wei Hai shook his head with a bitter smile. Although he thought so in his heart, in reality, Wei Hai did not care too much. I'm afraid Lin De Ge will be in trouble in this battle. Pei Qing's beautiful eyes flashed. Why do you say that, senior sister Qing? Little Jade raised her head and asked in surprise. Although Lin De Ge is very strong, he should be on par with Tu Fu, Pei Qing said softly. Pei Qing said softly. From the last exchange between him and the butcher, we can see that Brother Lin's strength isn't bad. In terms of power, He's on par with the Butcher. He's also considered an elite amongst the level 7 galaxy states. However, Li Liang, he is a peak galaxy state and is even stronger. Pei Qing shook her head. Lindigo is probably doomed in this battle. Little Jade's expression changed slightly as she said stubbornly, "No, Lindigo will definitely win." Biting her lips lightly, little Jade immediately turned around and looked at Pei Hong. "Right, senior sister Hong?" Pei Hong looked at the arena in the distance with a hint of confusion in her eyes. She nodded and said, "Yes, he will win." Pei Qing and little Jade were both stunned. The two of them did not expect Pei Hong to answer in such a way and were very surprised. Pei Hong sighed softly as she looked at the two of them. "A lot. Lin Feng's strength is more than we imagined, much stronger. Repeat the rules. Defeat the opponent or knock the opponent out of the arena's range, and you will win. Don't overdo it. You're not allowed to kill the opponent when they have lost the ability to resist. Those who kill will be disqualified and punished." The white-clothed man looked at Lin Feng and Li Liang and said seriously, "Are there any problems?" "No," Lin Feng and Li Liang said in unison. Although they were far apart, Lin Feng could see the murderous glint in Li Liang's eyes. It was as if he wanted to tear him into pieces. But was it useful? Strength determined everything. After the bell rings, the battle will officially begin. The white-clothed man nodded. Taking a step back, the white-clothed man disappeared again like a ghost. Following his disappearance, a clear bell rang. Dang! The bell rang like thunder. Hua! Lin Feng's eyes were as bright as the stars. He shot out like a sharp arrow. At this moment, he no longer held back his strength, because he wanted to defeat Li Liang. So, Lin Feng moved as fast as a gust of wind. The nightmare devil spear on his back clanged like a clap of thunder. His speed was extremely fast. Haha, this piece of trash won't use tricks this time. Stupid, can the same move be used twice? Does he really think the young master of the Li family is stupid? Trying to make the first move? He will die even faster. The spectators mocked Lin Feng. Everyone had a low opinion of Lin Feng's strength. However, this was human nature. One was a level 7 cosmic river state, while the other was a peak cosmic river state. Just the difference in physical strength was twice. Wanting to win? It was too difficult. Your courage is commendable. Li Liang sneered. The treasure sword on his back was unsheathed. Li Liang's eyes were shining. "I want to see how you can defeat me in 30 seconds. 30 seconds? Lin Feng's lips curled into a faint smile. "Emperor Shun's qi," Lin Feng shouted. Condensing the heaven and earth qi, his soul heart spun, causing a black fog to spread out with his body as the center. Lin Feng's eyes flashed with a cold light. A hazy figure appeared in his mind, and his spear intent appeared. "Dragon Sun Spear Art," Lin Feng shouted coldly. It was a spear technique that was filled with extreme yang energy and was filled with extremely sharp gang qi. Pei Qing was wrong about one thing. That day, Lin Feng and Tu Fu's final attack. It wasn't his full strength. Qi. The sound of air breaking was sharp, causing a violent tremor. Li Liang's expression was completely serious. He was naturally not stupid. From the beginning, Lin Feng's strength was fully displayed. He definitely couldn't underestimate him. This bastard is really sinister. He actually hid his strength in the battle with Tu Fu. Li Liang gritted his teeth. White qi condensed on his treasure sword. He didn't fear Lin Feng at all. However, when he saw the strange black fog, Li Liang's mind was filled with questions. Suddenly, with the black fog around him, Li Liang's expression changed. A huge pressure came from all directions. His body felt like it was sinking into a swamp. "What is this?" Li Liang's expression changed. He felt uncomfortable all over. His speed was instantly reduced. In the black fog, Lin Feng's figure was extremely ghostly. With one increasing and the other decreasing, their speed instantly increased. Li Liang could only feel his hair standing on end as his aura gathered in front of him. Spear light, an extremely strong spear. Lin Feng had come. Boom! An extremely strong tremor shook the heavens and earth. Facing Li Liang, Lin Feng didn't need to do much. Whether it was his body or strength, he was completely restrained. At this time, he only needed fight. Not good. Li Liang was shocked. At this time, he finally realized how terrifying Lin Feng was. He hurriedly retreated. The treasure sword in his hand flashed with golden light. He waved it to form an impenetrable defense. But too late. Lin Feng coldly shouted, "Wind vortex!" With a deep voice, a purplish-black light shone from his right knee. Tens of thousands of small holes condensed a powerful aura. In an instant, Lin Feng's speed increased explosively. Like a bolt of lightning, he suddenly struck down. Fast as a shooting star. There were no fancy moves or superfluous moves. The fiery red body of the nightmare demon spear was like a falling meteor. It completely blocked all of Li Liang's escape routes. With the restriction of the black fog, Lin Feng's speed was fully displayed. At this moment, the power of the war god erupted. He was about to go crazy. No! Li Liang hurriedly blocked. At this moment, he felt that the Lin Feng in front of him was actually so terrifying. Block it! Li Liang clenched his teeth. His sword intent rose and formed a sturdy defense. However, the light in front of him was overwhelming. It was like a dragon coming out of the sea. Lin Feng's lone figure instantly appeared. His speed was unimaginably fast. Break! Lin Feng's eyes shone like stars. The spear intent was fully displayed. The power of the Sun Dragon spear art was displayed to the extreme. Gee, it was a shocking spear. Bang! The spear and sword clashed. In this black fog, it was like a cloud of smoke exploding. The entire audience was silent. Everyone's eyes were wide open. It was as if they were suffocating. Powerful. Wei Hai let out a long breath. He really won. Hu Pao crossed his arms. His eyes were shining. The black fog gradually dissipated. In the arena, the scene in front of everyone was unbelievable. Lin Feng held the spear with one hand and pointed the spear at Li Liang's throat. His expression was calm. The dense qi of heaven and earth twined around his body, forming a spiral-shaped mist. Lin Feng was like a god descending to the mortal world. At this moment, Li Liang's face was pale. He covered his chest with his hand. Red blood kept dripping. He was seriously injured. Looking at Lin Feng, Li Liang's eyes were filled with fear and shock. In that instant, he even felt the arrival of the god of death. If Lin Feng's spear was pushed forward, he would die without a burial place. Exactly 30 seconds. Lin Feng's mouth twitched. Li Liang's expression changed instantly. He looked at Lin Feng as if he was looking at a devil. His body kept trembling. No, impossible. Li Liang only felt a chill down his spine. From the beginning to the end of the battle, only an instant had passed. In other words, the 30 seconds that Lin Feng said, it started from the moment he said it. I guess there are only 3 chapters today. My head hurts. Let's continue writing. I'll make up for what I owe everyone as soon as possible. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 443. It was extremely shocking. The entire audience gasped in unison. The martial artists who bet on Li Liang had extremely ugly expressions. Their eyes were wide open and filled with disbelief. The young master of the Li family, a peak galaxy-level powerhouse, actually defeated in one move, and his opponent was just a new disciple of the trash sect. The strength of a galaxy-level level 7 was extremely ordinary, but the truth was right in front of them. They had no choice but to believe it. Looking at this scene, the dumbfounded crowd instantly burst out in angry voices. What bullsh *T young master of the Leaf family? Peak galaxy level? Too weak. Fishing for compliments. Wave after wave of curses rang out. At this moment, Li Liang's reputation had completely fallen to the bottom. especially the cultivators who had placed their bets on Li Liang. They were hurling insults at Li Liang as if they were venting their anger. Their faces were flushed red, and the entire audience was boiling. It's not that Li Liang is weak, it's that Lin Feng is too strong, Wei Hai muttered softly. Ignorant, Hu Pao snorted coldly. Those who were observant could naturally see Lin Feng's strength. Most of the curses from the audience were because they were indignant and could not vent their resentment. They were purely looking for an outlet to vent their anger. In the crowd, Butcher's eyes widened as the corners of his mouth twitched. This Lin was really too strong. He defeated Li Liang in one move head-on. What kind of strength is that? Is he really a galaxy level 7? And that strange black fog? I'm afraid it's an extremely powerful spirit treasure. Thinking of the battle in the morning, Butcher's heart was filled with horror. He suddenly remembered what Hu Pao said to him, and cold sweat dripped down his forehead. Indeed, with Lin Wen's strength to win against him, it was as easy as flipping his hand. Lindigo, you're so strong. Pei Qing covered her mouth in shock. Wow. Xiao Lu's eyes widened as she shouted excitedly. Lindigo is too strong. That young master of the Li family is just an embroidered pillow. He looks good but is useless. Pei Hong shook her head with a wry smile, her eyes twinkling. Lin Feng's strength was more terrifying than she had imagined. Pei Qing and Xiao Lu did not know, but she knew very well that the battle with Li Liang just now, Lin Feng still hadn't used his full strength. Hua! Lin Feng's figure suddenly appeared with a hint of valiance. Looking at the people of the Colored Jade sect, he gave them a thumbs up and the corners of his mouth rose. Venting your anger? Lin Feng smiled faintly as he brushed past Pei Hong. Pei Hong was stunned. She suddenly recalled the battle between Lin Feng and Butcher. Comparing it to the current battle with Li Liang, the meaning behind it was instantly clear. Thank you. Pei Hong smiled. Let's go. Lin Feng chuckled. Let's go back and continue. Pei Hong was stunned for a moment before she suddenly smiled and said, All right, I'll accompany you to the end. Pei Hong's smile was full of sincerity. At this moment, Pei Hong truly regarded Lin Feng as a friend. She had a carefree personality and was also the eldest martial sister of the Colored Jade sect. Her personality was just like a boy's. Once someone was truly recognized by her as a friend, Pei Hong wouldn't even frown even if she had to sacrifice herself. Lin Wen became famous in one battle. Stepping on Li Liang's shoulder, his reputation reached the peak. Not only did he defeat Li Liang with absolute strength, but his wealth had also reached an astonishing amount. A total of 900 dose spirit coins. Lin Feng earned a lot from the battle with Li Liang, even though people hated him to the point of gnashing their teeth and wanted to fry him. So what? Gold and silver falling into his pocket was better than anything else. That was a total of 900 dose spirit coins. In Green Smoke City, he was definitely considered the richest, although there was still a big gap between him and the masters of Green Smoke City, the Feng and Lu families. One must know Lin Feng's identity. He was just a disciple of the Colored Jade sect, but he was richer than most of the sections. It was indeed enviable. The news spread in an instant. The entire Green Smoke City was filled with the legend of Lin Wen. However, at this moment, Lin Feng, who was at the peak of the storm, didn't care at all. In the training hall, Lin Feng and Pei Hong were fighting fiercely. There were more than 16 hours before the start of the third round. Naturally, he had to make good use of it. He had to seize every minute and every second. You must abide by the sect rules. Lin Feng, this is all I can help you with. Pei Hong's eyes flickered. The long whip in her hand collided with Lin Feng's nightmare demon spear. The two forces entangled and instantly retreated. This is enough. Lin Feng's eyes brightened. To him, Pei Hong's unreserved sparring was no different from teaching. This kind of practice comprehension was much more efficient than comprehending by himself. I don't know how long it will take, but even if it's incomplete, it's not inferior to the Sun Dragon spear art. If it's completely comprehended, Lin Feng's eyes sparkled. The nightmare demon spear in his hand vibrated. He looked at Pei Hong. and smiled. Don't stop. Again. Okay. Although Pei Hong was slightly tired, she still gritted her teeth and risked her life to accompany him. The long whip danced like a raging fire. An astonishing pressure instantly appeared. Pei Hong's eyes were like lightning. She immediately used her best move. She wasn't afraid of injuring Lin Feng at all. This was because she knew that this abnormal body in front of her had a monstrous recovery ability. Good. Lin Feng laughed. 9 Dragon Arena. After an afternoon of competition, the second round of the competition had come to an end. In a cruel elimination round, the weak definitely couldn't survive. 6 of last year's top 100 had been eliminated. A new generation of experts would always spring up like bamboo shoots after rain. Especially this year, there were 2 more mysterious experts, Ji Xia and Qin Xianqian. They easily eliminated 2 of last year's top 100 contestants. The 2 of them didn't reveal their talents, but their star C level strength was undoubtedly revealed. Although Lin Feng's victory over Li Liang was shocking, his strength was only at the 7th stage of the Star River level. It might be interesting as a joke, but in terms of a true expert, it was far from his turn. Perhaps if he was lucky, Lin Feng could enter the top 100. But to enter the top 32, all of them had to go through many rounds of selection and stand out from the crowd of experts. And to enter the top 10 and enter the green smoke secret realm, almost all of them were Star C level existences. Lin Feng was too far away. Linda Gu, your opponent is out, little Jade said happily. At this moment, Lin Feng was slowly walking out of the training hall with Pei Hong. Although his physique was different from that of ordinary people, Pei Hong was just an ordinary person. After 6 hours of intense battle, Pei Hong had reached her limit, but he still had to be protective of her and not tire her out. Oh, who's my next opponent? Lin Feng asked casually. In fact, it didn't matter who the opponent was. After looking at the list, Lin Feng already had an idea. It was just a choice of 2. Linda Gu should be familiar with her. She's Ding Qin from the Rising Wind Valley. Pei Qing nodded lightly. Ding Qin. Lin Feng's eyes flashed as he smiled. It's true that enemies meet on a narrow path. In the Rising Wind Valley, he had never seen Ding Qin before, but he was very familiar with her name. Back then, he deceived Xian Air and used her innocence to send Xian Air into the chaotic mountain to die. It was this vicious woman. 7th stage of the Star River level. Ah, Linda Gu, her strength is the same as yours. Little Jade said in surprise. Much worse. Pei Hong pouted and said disdainfully. Lin Feng can even defeat Li Liang easily. What's a mere 7th stage of the Star River level? Then, Pei Hong couldn't help but look at Lin Feng meaningfully. But this Ding Qin is very beautiful. Lin Feng, you won't be reluctant to do it, right? Lin Feng smiled indifferently. You'll know tomorrow whether I can do it or not. Be merciful? Be protective of the fair sex? How could that be possible? Xian Air, tomorrow, let me avenge you first. Lin Feng's eyes flashed. Even if he was protective of the fairer sex, he had to look at the person. A day passed in the blink of an eye, especially for martial artists who were immersed in cultivation. When they entered the 6th area again, the number of people had been completely reduced. There was only less than a quarter left. But the atmosphere in the 9 Dragons arena was gradually reaching a climax. From the 1st round to the 2nd round, from the 3rd round to the 4th round, there would be more weaklings being eliminated in each round. The truly powerful ones would appear in pairs in the following matches, and they would present an exciting battle. Linda Gu, the way they look at you has completely changed. Little Jade whispered. That's for sure. Pei Qing smiled. Because they now know Linda G's strength, they feel pressured. Unnecessary pressure. Lin Feng smiled indifferently. Only the improvement of one's own strength was the most important. Feeling fear and pressure was a form of doubt of one's own strength. Suddenly, Lin Feng immediately turned his head when he sensed a strange gaze. He saw a delicate and pretty girl smiling at him. Not far behind her, Wei Hai was looking at him with sparkling eyes. She is Ding Kansas, Lin Feng thought to himself. Out of politeness, he nodded slightly at Ding. Kansas Ding Can smiled sweetly and immediately walked over. Oh! Lin Feng's eyes flashed, but he did not avoid her. He wanted to see what this girl, who looked like a girl but had a heart of snakes and scorpions, wanted to do. Hello, big brother Linwen. I've heard a lot about you. Ding Qin bowed slightly, her eyes filled with reverence. I am Ding Can from Rising Wind Valley. Big brother Linwen, you can call me Kansas. It's our first time meeting. Please take care of me. Hello. Lin Feng's expression was calm. Big brother Linwen, you were so powerful in the last round. Ding Can's eyes lit up, and she said excitedly, that sharp spear made my blood boil. I defeated the Li family's young master in an instant. So satisfying. Big brother Linwen, you don't know, but the Li family's young master usually. Sorry, I have something to do. Lin Feng directly interrupted Ding Can's words, turned around, and left. He did not care at all about Ding Can's changing expression behind him. He walked to a place where no one was around, sat down cross-legged, and quietly closed his eyes. A blatant rejection. Thank you everyone for your subscriptions, monthly votes, recommendations, and rewards. Thank you. Xiao Xiao will continue to work hard. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.